just entered the theater of an alien sky. If the words and images seem strange to you, there's a reason for this. Our world was once a vastly different place. To experience this won't hurt you, and there is nothing to fear. How could ancient myths and symbols count as real evidence for cosmic events in the past? No one should be asked to believe a mythic story, but common patterns around the world must have an explanation. Of course, every myth involves human imagination and interpretation, which is why over time the word myth came to mean make-believe, not true. Our role is to identify the provocation in natural experience, which is an entirely different matter. That does not require us to believe any story in the form it's come down to us. To find the underlying events, we work with the cross-cultural, often global, convergence of human memories. In particular, the convergences on unique details that would not be possible in the absence of a shared experience. The dragons of human imagination did not exist as such. But why would we choose to ignore the extraordinary events that are required to explain the global similarities? So we sift through the stories and we find innumerable descriptions of a frightful chaos monster, most often described in serpentine or dragon-like form. We follow the theme back to its first recorded expressions, and to our surprise, we discover that these mythic creatures were originally cosmic. Only in later times were they localized geographically through regional storytelling. That gives us the beginnings of an explanation of a global theme, an archetype. As we expand our field of view, it becomes increasingly clear that extraordinary natural events, acting on human imagination perhaps 5,000 years ago, produced an explosion of storytelling. Of course, world mythology cannot be true in the interpretive terms that the myths are anciently transmitted to us. No fiery serpents in the sky, no terrestrial mountain reaching to the center of heaven, no living being in the sky appearing as a motionless sun. But such myths are global. The mother goddess Venus, the ancestral warrior Mars. Yes, these are myths, but Venus as goddess and Mars as warrior are global archetypes. That's where the challenge lies. Don't believe in accidents. Mars does not look masculine, Venus does not look feminine, but these planetary associations are worldwide, and there has to be an explanation. The mythic themes did not arise from any natural experience today, but what about a provocation in an earlier time? No natural phenomenon we experience today could possibly have inspired the detailed tapestry of world mythology. That's why deliberate attention to recurrent themes is so essential, and that means penetrating to the experiential substructure of global storytelling. We must always ask, what concrete experience is required to produce the worldwide themes? Themes recorded with different words and different symbols and different sacred practices, all pointing back to one phenomenal experience. You cannot get the coherence of archetypal mythology by making things up. Make-believe will not create a global story of a former central sun prior to the present sun, but the idea is worldwide. You have to follow this investigation to grasp the power of converging testimony, just as any good detective would do. All of the mythic archetypes are inseparably connected to each other. There is not a single global theme that stands in isolation from the other themes. Hundreds of cross-cultural themes are all part of the tapestry of world mythology. Of course, the surface of storytelling is cluttered with localized contradictions, but there is a discernible substructure that is entirely unified. It's this substructure of human memory that assures us of a globally shared experience. The single requirement is that we hear the ancient witnesses, hear them sufficiently to recognize the common patterns, the unified substructure of human memory. And that's what our study of the ancient cultures is about. One story told around the world, fully coherent, directing our attention to a profound human experience that continues to echo around us in 1,000 different ways. Humanity can only be helped by bringing the human experience and the celestial provocation into the light of day. This little video will be the first in a series looking at celestial events that changed human history and catalyzed the birth of the great civilizations. Nothing I'll propose in this series will be found in familiar textbooks, but the events can be confirmed by factual evidence. That means fundamental facts that are not in dispute. It happened just a few thousand years ago, when we lived in the presence of the gods. Planetary powers ruled the celestial theater in the lost age of gods and wonders. Planets gathered in close congregation, as if alive, engaging each other electrically. But then the gods grew violent, and they went to war, driving human witnesses to take shelter in caves and rocky enclosures. Humans left to remember the powers of the gods, formations and cosmic events not to be forgotten. Yes, how could we know? How could we know that extraordinary natural phenomena in the sky above our early ancestors provoked an outpouring of human imagination? Of course, the ancient witnesses did not understand, and they relentlessly misinterpreted their experience. But this experience was the most awe-inspiring and terrifying occasion in all of human history. Every ancient monument was by its very nature commemorative. Every crowning of a king, every sacred marriage, every sacrifice to the gods, every sacred temple and city, every obelisk, pyramid, and tower reenacted a critical juncture in a remembered age of gods and wonders. This truth comes down to us without exception, and the overriding fatal mistake in modern perception is the assumption that the mythic archetypes can somehow find their explanation in phenomena occurring today. But the events that provoked the global archetypes and the entire symbolic content of the first civilizations can be systematically reconstructed. Rational and well-established principles will enable us to draw reliable conclusions from a crowd of unreliable witnesses. That's the long overlooked truth of the matter, and it's the message I intend to confirm in this video series. Not that long ago, our world was indeed a very different place. Before we get too deeply into these presentations, I'd like to leave a few thoughts with you as to what we hope to achieve. We're exploring solar system history, Earth history, and human history from a radically new vantage point. At each step, our attention will be on a bedrock of fact. Yes, a bedrock of fact. I'll be using that phrase a lot because reliable conclusions do emerge from human testimony despite 1,000 contradictions. The underlying concrete agreement will be impossible to deny. The first segments in this series will come largely from talks I've given in recent years, but will move as efficiently as possible into a much larger library of evidence. Our goal is to reconstruct the celestial spectacles that defined an early phase of human history, what we've called the myth-making epoch. Well-established facts will force us to reconsider many entrenched beliefs about the evolution of our planetary system. For several centuries, the space sciences have been trapped in the spell of an unjustified dogma. That dogma just assumed that planets have moved on their present courses for 1 billion years and more. But always remember, this was just a theoretical guess. As we'll see, that guess cannot withstand scrutiny. The facts I'll present will add up to a readily testable story. That's one of the promises I'm happy to make, since we'll be drawing on three-dimensional representations of named planets gathered in a unique configuration extremely close to Earth. Electric discharge forms between these gigantic bodies, metamorphosed in the sky above ancient witnesses. In the course of these segments, I'll talk about physicists, astronomers, plasma scientists, geologists, and others in the sciences who've already acknowledged the power of the evidence. We'll respond as best we can to comments and challenges, even answering questions that may have lingered in your own mind for years. This series is about the predictive power of a reconstruction. The global archetypes present to us a verifiable substructure of cross-cultural memory. Seen in three-dimensional space, the celestial forms will not allow us to just make things up. Hundreds of predictions will follow inherently and inescapably from the details of the reconstruction. If the forms and events reconstructed really did occur, what should we expect to find? And would anything presently experienced account for a single instance of the global patterns? How about memories of a primeval sun god ruling before the present sun? Or memories of a mother goddess identified globally as the planet Venus? Or worldwide descriptions of the planet Mars, always as a male figure, a great warrior whose far-famed weapon turns out to be a cosmic thunderbolt. Nothing like terrestrial lightning, however, but exactly like electric discharge configurations in the plasma laboratory. Suddenly, the ancient obsession with planets and planetary motions will make sense, and the concrete descriptions of planetary gods will no longer surprise us. But the acid tests noted here are just the first scratches on the surface. Countless thousands of ancient drawings, sacred chronicles of the gods, and ritual reenactments must now be addressed in terms of an underlying agreement. That agreement is entirely coherent, and its parts are fully interdependent. One story told around the world. It's a simple question we've been asking. Has the sky changed? Has the sky changed so radically that this could be the most important question a scientist could ask? Important because for centuries we've projected our familiar sky onto the past. Call it the uniformity principle, as today so before. Caught in the wake of this sweeping misperception, we didn't hear the ancient messages. We paid no heed to remembered earth-altering catastrophes that transformed human consciousness globally. Our early ancestors the world over drew remarkably similar pictures of things never seen in our sky today. Incessantly, they reenacted celestial dramas, all with a desperate urge to remember, to maintain their connection to the gods of a former time. And yet we see only the magic, the superstition, and the absurdity of it all, ignoring the profound questions of cause and effect. Extraordinary planetary violence in a highly electrified environment was the cause, and the effect was an outpouring of myths and symbols. How could it happen that human beings whose lives depended on living close to nature could so clearly remember events if nothing actually occurred to provoke these remarkable memories? A golden mountain rising to the center of heaven, a cosmic ladder connecting the earth and the sky, a fire-breathing serpent or dragon threatening to destroy the world. The mystery arises from identical absurdities found on every habitable continent. Rising above all else was a pervasive fear. Could the greatest catastrophe, the prototype of doomsday, occur once more? As before, so again. Around the world, stargazers searched the sky for signs and symbols, for portents of the things they feared the most. This cultural response, punctuated by finger-pointing and scapegoating, drove ancient nations to see sacrifice and war as sacred obligations. It was this fear, this doomsday anxiety, that hung like a cloud over every culture for thousands of years. The archaic memories did indeed grow confused across the millennia, yet the ancient nightmares continue to haunt us, reawakening anxiety with every symbolic pointer to past events. When planets move into a conjunction, or a comet comes into view, or the zeros line up on a calendar, a collective dream of doomsday passed from generation to generation, all fed by memories never sufficiently understood in our own time. I hope you'll stay with us, and if you do, I can promise a new and radical perspective on the ancient experience, based entirely on the bedrock of fact, the sky above our early forebears, and its connection to ancient myths and symbols and magical practices need not remain obscure to us. The subject of this video series is the ancient experience of towering celestial forms that are no longer present. Worldwide testimony points to planets extremely close to Earth and gathered in close congregation. We've called this gathering of planets the polar configuration because it was centered at the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. The huge sphere of Saturn filled the circumpolar sky. Close to the center of Saturn stood another body, the planet Venus, discharging electrically, the streamers of this discharge stretching upward across the face of Saturn. And seen in front of Venus was a smaller, darker, reddish sphere, the planet Mars. At a critical juncture, a crescent, cast by light from the sun, appeared on Saturn, rotating in an awe-inspiring cycle of day and night. That's because the axis of the Earth was aligned to that of the assembled bodies, causing the configuration to rotate visually above observers in the northern hemisphere, exploding into life at sunset, the beginning of the archaic day of the gods. Yes, the claims are outrageous, but also extraordinarily specific, leaving no doubt as to what the ancient evidence should look like, in stark contrast to all common opinion about the ancient past. From a single snapshot of the configuration seen here, we can work backwards to the first appearance of these bodies out of an undifferentiated cloud or sea of dusty plasma. We can follow the configuration's evolution through phases that range from quasi-stability to earth-shaking catastrophe. In these presentations, we'll suggest that all of the mythic and symbolic archetypes can be explained by the presence of these bodies, their electrical exchanges in a plasma medium, and their relative movements in relation to each other. Intense electric discharge formations stretched between the gathered bodies, transitioning from one form to another. First to emerge was the triangular or threefold discharge form of Venus, interpreted mythically as the name of the Creator or three goddesses in one, a widely acknowledged archetype still unexplained. Here, three goddesses reveal the triangular form with their entwined fingers, but the variations on the ancient theme are almost endless, and the initial three-faced form is inseparable from the identity of Venus as the emerging, radiant, great star. The ancient astronomies name the components of this dynamic configuration as planets, different sizes and colors, and changing relationships to each other. The shock comes from seeing the described events in the demanding terms of three-dimensional perspective, where relative movements of the bodies dramatically alter the visual appearance of the configuration. No room for arbitrary explanations. With the later displacement from its polar position, the configuration was seen well into the southern hemisphere. Electric discharge forms metamorphosed violently above human witnesses, providing us with a stunning comparison to plasma instabilities seen in laboratory experiments. Our message comes down to one overriding conclusion. Things anciently remembered bear no similarity to the commonly accepted picture of the ancient sky. In a former time, our world was indeed a much different place. Of all the mistaken perceptions about the origins of ancient myths and symbols, it's the creation story that we've most profoundly misunderstood. The popular assumption is that the creation myths are simply wild guesses about the beginning of the universe, how the sun and moon appeared, the stars, distant planets, and a landscape inhabited by multitudes of living creatures, all leading to a culminating appearance of our primal ancestors. In truth, the creation tales describe a visible, metamorphosing formation in the sky. But the events could only be remembered through imaginative human interpretations, and over time imagination itself would progressively obscure the original experience. Nevertheless, the sweeping impact of creation accounts on cultural history could hardly be overstated, since every ancient temple, every city, every kingdom was founded as a reenactment of the original creation story. As we bring the mythic content into a comparative study, the underlying patterns will stand out. First, the cloud of undifferentiated chaos. Then the emergence or clarification of a vast sphere called heaven when heaven was close to the earth. Then the differentiation of male and female aspects in conjunction as a central eye, heart, or soul, the primeval seed of creation. The archetypal Venus goddess was seen as the eye, but much more as well. And by this interpretation, the Martian warrior figure was the pupil of the eye. Many variations on the creation theme connect the central eye with an emerging triangular form interpreted as the visible name of the Creator himself. Then, erupting from the triangular form, a heaven-shattering explosion, remembered as the terrifying glory, a visible, reverberating shout announcing the active phases of creation. The symbols of this violent discharge converge globally, always conveying the idea of radiating fire and light, producing a sea of luminous ejecta, the primeval matter, or raw material of creation. The explosive outflow gave the appearance of protection around an invulnerable spot, the location of the warrior god, the celestial prototype of the warrior king on Earth. The symbolism is universal and found its broadest expression in the radiant crown of kings. The crown signified the primeval glory, the centerpiece of creation mythology, and for the same reason it meant the conjunction or marriage of the king and the goddess. Such was the original character of the mother goddess as Great Star, the radiant dwelling, protectress, and crown of the warrior god. We'll follow the creation symbolism up to and through the unraveling of the planetary configuration into the complex phases of restabilization, cosmic renewal, and the departure of the gods. The events were not just seen and heard, but encoded the world over in magical practices, in kingship rites, in New Year's festivals, and yes, even in ritual sacrifice and the great wars of conquest and nationalistic expansion. But what was the role of the overarching creator figure in all of this? The paradox of a mythic creator and displaced god will be the subject of our next discourse, When Saturn Ruled the World. The gas giant Saturn. It's the outermost planet visible to the naked eye, moving on an orbit almost 900 million miles from the Sun. For those untrained in finding planets in the night sky, it could hardly be said that Saturn stands out amongst its starry companions. This lack of distinction underscores an unsolved mystery. Where did all of the extravagant images attached to this distant speck in the sky come from? The story of Saturn as creator. Saturn presiding over a lost golden age. Saturn as a primeval sun. Saturn's preposterous location at the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. Saturn as the founding father of kings. And Saturn as dying or displaced god. In due course, we'll take up the god's connection to an immense crescent, seen as a scythe or sickle turning in the sky. So too the cosmic mountain, from which Saturn was said to have once ruled the world. And the planet god's role as divine ancestor of different nations, all recounting the same core idea. The mysteries will quickly overwhelm a researcher the moment he asks the present sky to explain the ancient themes. In fact, many scholars simply walked away from the dilemma. Here's the dilemma in a nutshell. The myths appear to be much older than any recorded observations of planets. The first flowering of the monumental civilizations occurred in an environment of myth and magic. There are no lists of planets, no diaries of planetary motions. The celebrated gods do not look at all like the planets we know so well today. So most scholars simply state that planetary behavior could not have provoked any of the great myths. The attachment of myths to planets must have come much later, perhaps in the first millennium BC. Our message, however, is that a radically different planetary arrangement prevailed in an earlier time. Planets, not in their present orbits, but planets, provoked all of the mythic archetypes. What we're offering in this series are reasons for known facts, things not disputed. This includes the fact that the astronomer priests themselves, in recording the tranquil and predictable motions of planets in later times, named these bodies explicitly as the great gods of the primeval epoch. And that's the heart of the dilemma. Why does the behavior of these most venerated gods so boldly contradict all observations of the named planets today? By working with the points of cross-cultural agreement, we'll see that the astronomical images of Saturn connect theme by theme with an archaic story told around the world, told long after most cultures had lost track of any planetary connections. The story says that in a former time, a central luminary, a motionless sun, turned as a great wheel in the sky. But why an identification with the planet Saturn? It's said that this ancient power, the father of kings, presided over an age of natural abundance and cosmic harmony. But this story, in its countless variations, does not end well. It states that the world fell into confusion when the ruling god fled the theater or tumbled from his appointed station. Then the hordes of chaos were set loose, and all of creation slipped into a cosmic night, the gods themselves battling furiously in the heavens, the clash of the titans. In the well-known Greek tradition, this was the story of the displaced god Kronos, the father of kings. Kronos was the Greek name for the planet Saturn. And yet, enigmatically, the same planet was also named Helios, the sun, a fact that has perplexed classical scholars for a century and a half. The shadow cast by Saturn reached across the millennia. Even today, our language retains the age-old cultural ambivalence toward this most ancient god. The word Saturnian expresses the splendor of the Golden Age, while the word Saturnine reflects the melancholy of paradise lost. Guesses as to explanations will never work, but an explanation based on systematic, cross-cultural investigation will work, allowing a global story to mean what it says, even if that requires a measure of patience as verifiable pieces come one by one into a coherent picture of the ancient sky. In the celestial formation under discussion here, an unusual arrangement of planets occurred prior to the present organization of the solar system. The events were identified mythically with the lost age of gods and wonders. In a quasi-stable phase of this planetary configuration, the Earth rotated on a single axis with other planets extremely close to our own, such that the axis ran straight through the centers of the gathered bodies as they moved around the sun. The visual result was the appearance in the sky of what we've called the polar configuration. Astronomical traditions recalled this as the Great Conjunction of primeval times. But the events were recorded under many different names and many different mythic interpretations. It was some 40 years ago that we proposed the concept of planets axially aligned in a polar configuration. In the course of the investigation, the historical evidence itself forced a series of adjustments and extensions of the reconstruction in new directions. As one might imagine, scientifically astute acquaintances immediately declared the arrangement impossible, a glaring contradiction of Kepler's third law. That law would require that the orbital period of the outer body be longer and its orbital velocity slower than that of an inner body. Hence, a close gathering of planets could not stay in line as the bodies moved around the sun. But that was before the structural dynamicist Robert Grubaugh took an interest in the historical evidence and came forward with equations for collinear equilibrium of planet-sized bodies. Collinear equilibrium means equilibrium positions on a straight line running right through the centers of the bodies. Mathematically, at these positions, the bodies will in fact stay in line while moving as a congregation of planets around the Sun. Grubaugh's equations were subsequently confirmed by others, including the distinguished mathematician Dr. Robert Bass. Of course, no revelation about mathematical equilibrium could ever settle the complex issues posed by the reconstruction. It's the historical evidence that raises the questions in the first place and provides the acid tests. An acid test means a definitive test, a test the reconstruction must meet if valid, and a test that alternative explanations cannot meet. Consider the example of the Great Conjunction implicit in ancient imagery. When that phrase is used today, it refers to Jupiter overtaking Saturn in its orbit. By calling this close approach a Great Conjunction, modern-day astrologers and astronomers have effectively trivialized a foundational principle of a much more ancient language and symbolism. The Babylonian astronomer priest Berosus in the 3rd century BC stated the ancient idea unequivocally when he described a planetary arrangement ahead of world-altering catastrophe. Planets centered on a straight line. That's a remarkable statement with no rationale under common assumptions today and no analogy in any planetary observations in our own time. It is, however, a perfect description of the polar configuration as reconstructed from a global accord of ancient witnesses, of which a Babylonian priestly astronomer would have no knowledge. It's also a perfect description of collinear alignment as described mathematically by Robert Grubaugh. In Hindu accounts, we find the popular story of the great citadel of the gods, called Tripura. It was said that the towering citadel was formed by 3 primeval powers or celestial cities, first moving independently, then coming into perfect alignment. Perfect alignment such that a single arrow of Shiva could pierce the hearts of the gathered powers. But what was the arrow of Shiva? And what was the effect when it was launched against the towering citadel? What happened when the Great Conjunction dissolved into heaven-shattering catastrophe will be the subject of our next segment. We've said it before, and it bears repeating, that the first step in assessing the complex and extraordinary claims of this reconstruction is to be crystal clear as to the core details and their testable implications. This stylized form is the fulcrum of the reconstruction. From here we can look backwards and forwards to name critical events in the evolution of the configuration. We earlier named the planetary components. Saturn is the large sphere at the celestial pole, no rings at the time. Venus is the discharging star-like form on axis in the center of Saturn. And the smallest sphere, Mars, visually appearing within the sphere of Venus. We've called this a quasi-stable phase of an evolving or metamorphosing configuration. Episodic motions of Mars occurred along the axis, provoking streams of material alternately between Mars and Venus and between Mars and Earth. We also observed dramatic changes in the number of discharged streamers that stretched between Venus and Saturn. In Episode 4, we described the emergence of a triangular form from the dusty plasma medium and a subsequent explosive discharge, producing a vast cloud of luminous and chaotic debris in the space surrounding the aligned bodies. Later appeared the eight-rayed star, the centerpiece of our chronology, marking a tentative stabilization of the discharge activity. We've noted as well that a libration occurred along the axis, such that from Earth the different discharge configurations were seen alternately on-axis and off-axis. For any assessment of this reconstruction, the shifts in three-dimensional vantage point will be essential. In the early phases of the configuration, the interplanetary medium prevented observation of the Sun as a discrete sphere, though the Sun's lighting effects on the configuration become quite clear with the appearance of the crescent on Saturn. This meant not only a reduction in the surrounding dusty plasma medium, but a more clearly defined cycle of day and night. At the polar location, the crescent visually revolved around the polar center with the rotation of the Earth in a daily cycle of dimming and brightening. Closely associated with the appearance of this turning crescent was the descent of material from Mars. The first effect was a luminous spike reaching earthward. As Mars moved closer to the Earth, the downward stream of material extended well below the visible sphere of Saturn, eventually connecting with the circumpolar region of the Earth. It seems that over time, the eightfold Venus discharge was compressed into just 4 directional streamers, expanding across the face of Saturn. This phase seems to have merged insensibly with another, as a dusty plasma column between Mars and Venus exhibited a conical form when seen slightly off-axis, while appearing as a bright equatorial band around Mars when viewed on-axis. Metamorphosis continued with the progressive displacement of Venus and Mars from their axial positions, the plasma stream between the two bodies taking on a spiraling form. As we'll see in due course, with continued displacement, the spiraling plasma stream between Mars and Venus gave way to a chaotic, undulating appearance as the configuration itself grew catastrophically unstable. The violent episodes that followed marked the most terrifying events in all of human history. The disastrous interlude between the dismemberment of the configuration and a spectacular phase of reconstruction. No principle of discovery in the theoretical sciences rises to a higher priority than predictive ability. Predictive ability, not so much in the sense of foretelling the future, but the ability to explain and even better to logically deduce known facts from a new vantage point. Our subject in this series covers hundreds of mythic and symbolic archetypes, and we unabashedly claim that every theme you would expect to find based on the events reconstructed here, you will find globally and in extraordinary detail. In previous segments, we briefly reviewed the role of the planet Saturn in the ancient creation legend, the myths of the Golden Age, Saturn as archaic sun god, a revolving crescent on Saturn cast by light from our sun, and supporting it all, the polar configuration of planets, remembered as the Great Conjunction or Perfect Conjunction of primeval times, ending in the catastrophic breakdown of the configuration, the global source of doomsday anxiety. In the full reconstruction, the two most active bodies are the planets Venus and Mars, whose stories we've barely begun to enumerate in this series. The advantage we hold with this reconstruction is that we can see the global symbolism in the light of a concrete celestial provocation. From that vantage point, the archetypes will fall into place like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. In fact, all of the recognized archetypes around the mother goddess and the warrior hero, plus many more that the experts themselves have missed, will trace to two planets in the polar configuration and their unique juxtaposition in world traditions. As a first step, we only need acknowledge the planetary identity of the mother goddess. The most fully documented ancient cultures consistently identify the goddess with just one of 5 visible planets, Venus, an enigma for which there is no accepted explanation. Ancient astronomers make crystal clear that Venus is the prototypical star goddess, consistently linked to the central, radiant eye, heart, or soul of the primeval sun, the very figure we've identified as the planet Saturn. A preposterous idea, but a historical fact coming down to us from the birthplace of astronomy in ancient Mesopotamia. Our reconstruction will show that myth-making imagination saw in the luminous streamers of the discharging Venus the animating life of the archaic sun god. But a critical turn occurred with the removal or departure of Venus from its appointed place. In the mythic language, this signified the death or disempowerment of the universal sovereign. That departure meant the loss of his animated eye, heart, and soul. With this departure, the discharged streamers of Venus took on a disordered, filamentary appearance, provoking global superstitions and astrological beliefs about comets, all traceable to the mythic prototype of comets, the planet Venus. These very events will fully resolve a universal paradox. The lovely goddess transformed into the angry or lamenting goddess, raging in the sky, her wildly disheveled hair trailing behind her. That is the archetypal image of the Great Comet, often portrayed as the flame-like hair of an angry goddess or of a raging lion. A serpentine or dragon-like form of the goddess recorded around the world will trace to the very same events, the spiraling form taken by the departing eye, heart, and soul. Always this female serpent form will lead us back to Venus as the Great Comet. The subjects are immense, and the brief notes we presented here as a first glimpse can only open the door to the vast library of evidence. We'll take up this evidence one theme at a time. But to hold the door open, we'll also need to see the connection of the universal goddess to the cosmic warrior. And to see this connection in its remarkably concrete texture, where everything has a visible referent. That will require us to look closely at the role of Mars in the evolution of the polar configuration, our next subject. The mythic archetype of a great ancestral warrior or hero is surely the most popular mythic theme of all time. And yet, thousands of years after the first expressions of the archetype, can anyone rightfully claim to have penetrated the mystery? Even today, despite countless volumes written on the subject, a convincing answer seems entirely out of reach. What human experience could have inspired a worldwide image of a superhero rescuing the world from chaos monsters? That's just one of the globally repeated mysteries. Why the birth of this great ancestor from the womb of a revered mother goddess? Why the exposure or abandonment of the hero at birth? Or the murder or displacement of his father? Why was the god himself so frequently identified as an unerring arrow, sword, spear, or hammer? A weapon that turns out to be a cosmic thunderbolt. Yes, a thunderbolt, but with no similarity to lightning in our sky today. Absolutely nothing makes sense under any familiar references, and yet the themes are so fully connected that one archetypal attribute leads seamlessly to another, then another. There must be an explanation, and yet common beliefs will not permit an explanation. That's the logical contradiction arising from today's accepted stories of human history and planetary history. The problem lies in an unsupported theoretical assumption. The assumption is, as today, so before. Well, that's a trap. It holds our attention on today's uneventful solar system, even as the human record speaks with 1,000 voices for a violent and catastrophic planetary history. In popular accounts, the prominent heroes are quasi-divine, big and strong men who rescue humanity from chaos monsters. One astronomical tradition after another names this warrior figure as the planet Mars. The farther back we go, the more the divine or celestial character of the hero stands out. Such Egyptian warrior figures as Shu or Horus or Amon were originally celestial figures beyond a shadow of a doubt, but later localized through regional storytelling. The same can be said of the ancient Sumerian and Akkadian counterparts, Dumuzi or Tammuz, the Mars gods Ningersu or Nergal, and even Gilgamesh. Eventually, localized cult practices transformed such figures into legendary ancestors of those recounting the stories. Our answer to the dilemma lies in a testable reconstruction of things never imagined in our time. The reconstruction leads us back to a gathering of planets close to Earth, all events occurring prior to the present organization of the solar system. Planets have not always moved on their present courses. Our subject is the ancient polar configuration, where the warrior hero finds a full and complete explanation in the activity of the dark, reddish, innermost sphere. The planet Mars was the centerpiece of the cosmic thunderbolt. The testability of this reconstruction lies in the contribution of visible forms and explicit sequences of events, all testifying to the global substructure of human memory. What will happen to our understanding of human history if it can be seen beyond any reasonable doubt that the warrior-hero archetype requires celestial events having no parallel in natural experience today? What does it mean when the warrior king on earth symbolically dons as his crown the revered glory of heaven? That event meant the king's conjunction with and marriage to the archetypal star goddess, identifiable as the planet Venus. Many parallel symbols are equally important. Just one example is the identification of the exploding radiance, the essential quality of the star goddess, as the warrior king's shield, mythically his gift from the goddess. That identification magically confirms the local king as an incarnation or avatar of a celestial prototype, the warrior king as mythic protector and owner of the terrifying glory. That's what the word hero literally means. Name any broadly repeated theme attached to the hero archetype. Observe its place in the reconstruction, and you'll find additional themes that are just as explicit. No room for ambiguity or for simply making up explanations. Ask the question, does any popular explanation actually work? In the context of our reconstruction, the required patterns must show up, globally, if the events occurred. We'll follow that logic to further conclusions in our next segment. In these discourses, we followed the evolution of a planetary configuration close to Earth, stretching across the ancient sky. Centered at the North Celestial Pole, it remained stationary for an extended period at this position. That's the underlying nature of the primeval sun remembered around the world. We've noted that the named planets progressively emerged from a dusty plasma cloud, identified in mythic accounts as the Great Sea of Primeval Chaos. The differentiation of the planets and their observed movements in relation to each other and the electrical activity between these bodies provided the core content of ancient creation mythology. In the original accounts, creation meant events visible to humans on Earth. We've named 3 planets in the mythic Great Conjunction based on recorded astronomical traditions that trace to the birth of astronomy in ancient Mesopotamia. Saturn is the overarching luminary, named as the primeval sun. Venus is Mother Goddess and radiant eye, heart, and soul. And Mars is the dark, reddish, innermost body, the child in the womb of the goddess, the pupil of the feminine eye of the primeval sun. We followed the emergence of a triangular form recalled as the first form, the luminous seed of creation, and we've identified this unique form as the concrete celestial referent for the popular threefold goddess, three-faced goddess, or 3 goddesses in one. We've noted as well the explosive discharge activity associated with this triangular form and the essential role of the discharge ejecta as the mythic primeval matter of creation, the very material from which in the creation stories the gods were said to have constructed a great citadel in the heavens, the legendary homeland of the gods. Through local storytelling and reenactments across the centuries, this celestial dwelling came to be remembered as the ancestral homeland of every nation recounting these events. These core themes of an archetypal memory have taken us to the critical moment at which a bright crescent appeared on the gas giant Saturn due to light from the sun. This moment provides an extraordinary test of the reconstruction as a whole. Once we place the named bodies in 3-dimensional space, centered at the celestial pole, and allow for an illuminated crescent on Saturn, an inescapable conclusion will follow. The crescent must have rotated visually with the rotation of the Earth in a precise relationship to a cycle of day and night, with no counterpart and no analogy in anything occurring today. A star in the center of a rotating crescent. The image is recorded around the world. A crescent which, given the circumpolar placement, must have turned around the polar center in a daily cycle of brightening and dimming. No ambiguity, no compromise allowed. When seen with eyes wide open, how credible are the popular claims of historians, archaeologists, and comparative mythologists when they identify the symbolic crescent as our moon? By what reasoning would ancient sky worshippers have extravagantly and irrationally placed our little crescent moon into a configuration never seen but recorded independently by humans around the world? Always keep in mind that the mythic crescent does not stand alone. The great star of Venus in the center of the crescent is just one enigma in a crowd of unsolved mysteries. A particularly powerful addition comes from the mythic world mountain, a column of fire and light rising along the polar axis to pierce the crescent. That's what gave the crescent its mythic identity as the cleft peak, the horned peak, the twin arms or twin pillars of the sky. A subject we'll review one theme at a time. In its juxtaposition with the revolving crescent, The polar mountain adds crucially to the midnight appearance of the crescent in the most celebrated moment in the archaic daily cycle. No contrived reconstruction will ever account for this symmetry, and that's why a radical break from common understanding is so essential, as we intend to make crystal clear in the episodes to follow. In our previous episode, we observed the critical role of a great crescent in the ancient sky. The placement of this crescent on the sphere of an enigmatic body called the primeval sun is one of the unresolved mysteries of the ancient world. The first step in a resolution must be to honor the early historic descriptions of things not seen in our sky today. The crescent had nothing to do with our moon, and the great sphere on which the crescent appeared certainly was not our sun. It was the sphere of the gas giant Saturn, appearing as a massive body visually dominating the sky. Yes, today's sun was present. It was the sun that cast the illuminated crescent on the towering form of Saturn. But why the incessant contradiction of our familiar sky? Ancient astronomies placed Saturn at a preposterous location, far from the orbit that we know today. Saturn occupied the celestial pole, the axial center of the turning heavens. This unthinkable idea, when taken with the seriousness it deserves, places stringent demands on our reconstruction and an inescapable requirement that the crescent revolve around the polar center in a cycle of day and night, descending to the left at sunset, below at midnight, rising to the right at sunrise, and standing inverted above at noon. Of course, in this description we're using the modern language of day and night, but the language is reversed in more ancient times. It's well established that the ancient counting of days was from sunset to sunset. We explain this language by an ancient reverence for that moment in the daily cycle when the planetary configuration exploded into life at the beginning of the archaic day. But there's much more to this story. The symbolism of the crescent takes on far-reaching implications with the emergence of the cosmic pillar, a form we noted only briefly in the previous segment. The pillar, linked to the movement of the planet Mars, arose with the descent of material from the red planet toward the Earth, creating a form universally interpreted not just as a pillar, but as the axial world mountain, the cosmic support and resting place of the Creator himself, the primeval sun. A mountain of fire and light, the mountain of creation, the mountain of assembly, an axial pillar around which the heavens visually turned, all meaningless in the absence of the original referent in the sky. A single cosmic column inspired the diverse images of the crescent at the summit. Suddenly, things were seen imaginatively that were not imagined previously. The mythic mountain of the moon, the outstretched arms or wings of a divine celestial figure, shining horns, a horned pillar called the Bull of Heaven, a cleft peak or twin peaks, twin supports of the sky as extensions of the central column, a revolving crescent ship on its mooring post. And we can add countless ancient images and pictographs of the daily cycle. We explain the full range of mythic images by the placement and movement of the crescent. Each and every mythic form inspired by the crescent must have revolved in the sky, against all seeming logic, against all familiar human experience, and not just a revolving crescent form, but revolution in a precise relationship to an archaic daily cycle, a contradiction of anything and everything that could be said of a daily cycle today. Every mythic interpretation of the crescent thus becomes an acid test. That means a test the reconstruction must meet and alternative explanations could not meet. A crescent form seen as the arms of a celestial figure, upright and inverted arms in a predictable relationship to opposite phases of growing bright and growing dim. One phase seen as the twin or double of the other. The phase of brilliance, arms upright, produced the images of life and power. The phase of dimming, with arms inverted, came to mean negation or absence of life. This unique mythic role of a revolving crescent as outstretched arms in a daily cycle can only open our minds to a much broader range of myths and symbols. What about the other mythic forms of the crescent, since they must also have rotated absurdly around a central star? We'll show that every predicted correspondence occurs in explicit detail. The more archaic the tradition, the more precise the correspondence, as we would expect, all with no explanations available under common suppositions about the ancient sky. How curious this celestial monster called the Bull of Heaven, an archetype with origins in prehistoric times. When civilization began, the Bull of Heaven was already present in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, but the influence of the archetype extended far more broadly, with literary, symbolic, and ritual echoes continuing into modern times. In the ancient Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, the bull is Gugal-Anna, the great bull of heaven. The crescent form of the Sumerian god Nannar, the Babylonian Sin, shines in the heavens as the horns of the bull of heaven. A similar power appears in the Egyptian pyramid text in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC. There it said people stood in fear and awe of the great bull Kenset, with shining horns. The name is translated as the Bull of Heaven. Across the centuries, an archetypal memory was progressively localized through tribal storytelling and reenactment. We see the early tendency toward localization in the Sumerian and Babylonian accounts of the local hero Gilgamesh, slaughtering the great Bull of Heaven. The Persian Mithra defeats the Bull of Heaven on a landscape of uncertain definition, while his Greek counterpart, the legendary Theseus, vanquishes the Minotaur in the center of a great labyrinth localized on the island of Crete. And of course the Greek Heracles, the Latin Hercules, amongst his famous labors, slays the Cretan bull, which could hardly be different from the Cretan Minotaur slain by Theseus. In due course, this celestial creature was progressively transmuted into local reenactments for popular entertainment. And what does it mean when we consistently find close by the beautiful princess, the literary echo of the mother goddess? Well, of course, the experts leapt to a conclusion, perhaps the only conclusion conceivable under common assumptions. Surely the crescent horns identify the celestial bull with our moon. But does the moon really give us the recurrent details of the archetype? It's ironic that the late 19th century scholar Peter Jensen, in his groundbreaking study of Mesopotamian astronomy, Die Kosmologie der Babylonier, unequivocally identified the crescentine god Sin as the planet Saturn. What could this mean? These discourses are exploring the unexplained origins of ancient symbolism. and that includes a revolving crescent that could never be reconciled with anything in today's sky. Most fundamental was the crescent's direct connection to a central star around which it turned in a daily cycle. An unrecognizable daily cycle was once celebrated around the world. We've discussed this crescent in its relationship to the pervasive myth of a cosmic mountain or pillar. It was this concrete relationship that gave to the crescent its mythic interpretation as two outstretched arms revolving around a central star in opposite twin-like phases of growing bright and growing dim. By its direct linkage to the axis pillar, the resulting celestial form inspired the mythic image of a pillar god holding aloft the sphere of heaven with outstretched arms. Heaven meant the planet Saturn, when Saturn appeared as an immense sphere in a gathering of planets along a polar axis close to Earth. We've urged viewers to always think in terms of diverse, even contradictory mythic interpretations, all pointing back to the same underlying forms: a pillar god with outstretched arms and a horned pillar identified as the bull of heaven, a form whose evolution over time becomes clear as we give attention to the origins of the archetype. But these were just two of several mythic forms tracing to the same pillar and crescent. And if this is so, it is only reasonable to follow the predictions of this reconstruction into the concrete details of a global accord. Here we can observe first the original human experience of concrete forms in the sky, and we can observe how in later times, when the celestial forms were no longer present, all that was left were the mythic interpretations. In this case, a pillar god or goddess with outstretched arms, and a great bull with shining horns. Could it actually be that the bull of heaven, with its immense impact on human history, was nothing more than a pillar surmounted by a star and crescent? The Egyptian text, called the Litany of Ra, invokes this primeval sun as shining horn, the pillar of Amentet. And here are the words of the Egyptian pyramid text relating to the mythic bull Kenset: the pillar of stars, the bull of heaven, whose horns shine, the well-anointed pillar, the bull of heaven. One celestial form with two radically different mythic interpretations. One is outstretched arms, but another is shining horns. That's the direct and testable prediction of the reconstruction, an invitation to follow the ancient evidence wherever it leads. And that will mean other mythic expressions of the same underlying form. Due to the abundance of testimony on the subject, we'll return with more details in our next episode. The cosmic mountain revered around the world possessed a uniquely interesting feature. The towering hill terminated in a spectacular crescent. From one land to another, we see this crescent presented mythically as twin peaks with a remarkable story to tell. A well-known Egyptian hieroglyph places the sign of the ancient sun god Ra between two peaks. But what does this mean? The glyph is typically translated as the horizon, as if it signifies the geographic place of sunrise. But many specialists have already acknowledged that the subject is a cosmic mountain. The Egyptian symbolists themselves make this clear by placing the twin peaks not on the horizon, but upon a standard or pedestal, whose original meaning was the pillar of the sky. The Egyptian symbol in question, Akhet, does not literally mean the horizon. It literally means the twin peaks of a mountain or pillar of fire and light. The two peaks are in fact the upper termination of the cosmic pillar of Shu we've previously discussed. Traced to its archetypal origins, the context becomes fully predictable by our identification of the two peaks as the revolving crescent, one form with multiple mythic interpretations: outstretched arms of the pillar god, horns of the bull of heaven, and the twin peaks of a singular cosmic mountain. Much the same symbolism occurs in ancient Mesopotamia, where we see the sun god Shamash depicted between the twin peaks of the world mountain, though other divine figures appear in the same strategic placement with respect to the horns of the bull of heaven. We also see the twin peaks in Crete, where they merge with the famous horns of consecration. The symbolism of the cleft summit appears even in Mexico, where natives placed the sign of the ancient sun god between the two peaks, and even amongst the Delaware Indians in their descriptions of an ancient divine land of peace and plenty. As we continue this series, the core symbolism will show up in many other cultural contexts as well, and the mythic interpretations of the root form extended far beyond the idea of a twin-peaked mountain. It was a revolving crescent that inspired the worldwide imagery. And happily, this unique form presents the most stringent demands upon our reconstruction. A crescent exhibited on the face of the primeval sun god, an inseparable connection to a visible, axial pillar of the sky, a crescent revolving around a central orb or star in a daily cycle with no parallel in any natural experience today. It's the converging, imaginative interpretations that give integrity and concrete meaning to the ancient accounts. The coherent story comes from the preposterous yet inseparable connection of each part to the others. Two arms of a cosmic pillar or pillar god that mean exactly the same thing as the two horns of the bull of heaven, the celestial bull whose identity resolves itself into just a pillar and shining horns, as we've seen. One celestial form provoked more than one mythic interpretation. In fact, the ancient artists confirmed the underlying identities repeatedly by juxtaposing one imaginative interpretation with another. So we see the twin peaks juxtaposed with the head of a bull, or upraised arms extending from the same cosmic pillar. Upraised arms, upright horns, and upright twin peaks all signified the phase of springing into life, the phase of brightness, identifiable with the position of the crescent below. And that will explain why the Egyptian symbol of life, the Ankh, was repeatedly linked to the upraised arms beneath the sun god, and to the twin peaks of the Akhet, and to the bull of heaven as well. For this reason, it's hard to imagine a more costly mistake than the common translation of the Akhet as the horizon. The revolving crescent was the luminous face of Ra himself. You will never see Ra rising above the twin peaks, though that would be the first thing to look for if the common interpretation were correct. Seen in the light of this reconstruction, the extraordinary implications leap out to us as well. If, as we've claimed, the crescent revolved around a central star or orb, then for the sake of consistency we must ask whether the twin peaks of the world mountain revolved around the sky in a daily cycle, just as the two arms of the pillar god and the horns of the bull of heaven revolved in the sky, all contrary to any imaginable terrestrial referent today. The answer will be given in our next episode as we look at the vast field of evidence provided by the Egyptians and other cultures in their depictions of the ship of heaven. What will seem absurd under common suppositions becomes an explicit prediction of our reconstruction. What was the mythic ship of heaven? Ancient records the world over speak of a great ship or canoe moving in the sky, but how strange that the sky above us today offers not a clue as to the original meaning. In the reconstruction presented here, the ship of heaven was the celestial vehicle of the primeval sun, a god celebrated globally and identified by early astronomers as the planet Saturn. Why were so many figures of the primeval sun given the form of a cosmic wheel, yet said to have sailed in a visible ship? The ship of the sun god Helios, a god identified archaically as the planet Saturn, was described as a golden goblet sailing on the Sea of Okeanos. Both the Egyptian sun god Ra and the Babylonian sun god Shamash sailed in cosmic ships. Over time, all of the ancient gods transmuted into legendary ancestors. Numerous Native American creator gods and ancestral heroes navigated a canoe across primeval waters. The Maya preserved the tradition well, and even the legendary Hiawatha sailed in a white canoe which moved without human aid. The Japanese creator god Sukuna Biona rode on the crest of the waves in a heavenly Kagami boat. The mythic ship was a common theme amongst the Greeks, who consistently recalled former gods as legendary heroes. The Asmat of New Guinea told of the creator hero in his canoe, just as the natives of the Marquesas say that in the beginning there was only the sea on which the creator, Tiki, floated in a canoe. The Polynesian god Tangaroa sailed above in a flying canoe, just as the great shaman of the Yenisi Ostiaks rode his boat in heaven. The greatest misunderstanding on this subject comes from a well-known fact. The ancient cultures gave the legendary ship a crescent-like form. With this recurrent association, it's just too easy to assume that the boat of the gods must have meant our crescent moon. But the historical contexts themselves say something much different. In fact, every concrete feature we can identify points directly to something else. And there is no escaping the contribution of a crescent form as described in our prior discourses. In fact, all of the crescent images we've discussed must be included in an analysis of the cosmic ship. The horns of the bull of heaven, the upraised arms of the pillar god, and the twin peaks of the cosmic mountain all connect symbolically to the revolving ship of heaven, with many mysteries to be addressed. The ancient Sumerians described the god Nana, the Babylonian Sin, as the bull with glistening horns. But Nana was more than that. In text and in art, we see the god as the boat of heaven, with an urgent function of celestial transport. Transport is one of the keys we'll have to follow to see that our moon has absolutely nothing to do with the ancient theme. In Egypt, the pyramid texts proclaim of the deceased king, "May you ferry over by means of the great bull. The bull of the sky has bent down his horn, that you may pass over thereby." So too the coffin texts plead with the great horn to transport the deceased across the celestial waters. O horn, ferry across him who is in his shrine. Clearly, an understanding of the bull of heaven could only facilitate our understanding of the cosmic ship. The imagery is explicit and incredibly concrete, as when the Egyptian coffin texts celebrate the long horn which supports the bark of Anubis. In both texts and art, the ship of heaven resolves itself into a pair of horns. It's this identification that makes fully predictable the Egyptian assertion that the two arms of the pillar god Shu held aloft the ship of heaven. The two interpretations are inseparably connected. That fact alone is quite sufficient to explain why we see the god Shu with outstretched arms standing upright in the revolving ship of Ra, the ship that revolved like the arms themselves in the archaic cycle of day and night. And what of the third crescent form we've discussed, the twin peaks? In this most extraordinary test, it's the utter absurdity of the idea that drives our point home. Twin peaks rotating in the sky in a preposterous identification with a cosmic ship? The Egyptian sources do not equivocate. They either place the twin peaks on the ship or the ship upon the twin peaks. Either juxtaposition is fully reasonable since the symbols meant precisely the same thing. But the specialists, seeing only the contradictions of nature as we know it, can only marvel at the apparent incongruity. A single form expressing itself in the explicitly connected symbolism of a revolving crescent with opposite phases in a daily cycle. Seen in fragments, the underlying symmetry can only confirm the absurdity of ancient imagination. Or is it simply an affirmation of what has too long been beyond the reach of modern thought? As we continue this series, it will become increasingly clear that all of the symbolic archetypes are intimately and inseparably connected to each other. All consistently point back to an alien sky with no counterpart in things experienced today. This is why the first and only reliable guide for us will be the words and pictures and symbols of those who experienced the transformative ancient events. Ancient images of the cosmic ship give us an opportunity to question many popular assumptions about the ancient sky. Our message is that the sky we see today does not provide a useful guide to the ancient experience. Extraordinary celestial formations above the early sky worshippers provoked an explosion of mythic images. If we can see these images as a reflection of concrete human experience, a reconstruction of the events is possible. For observers on Earth, a revolving crescent in the polar sky, reflecting light from the sun, turned visually around a central orb or star in a daily cycle of brightening and dimming. In human imagination, that revolving crescent was the ancient ship of heaven. One additional feature must be included, as we've earlier noted. The crescent appeared above a cosmic pillar, inspiring a diversity of mythic images, all pointing to the same underlying form. One form in the sky, fully explaining what will otherwise appear as hopelessly contradictory images. In our previous episode, we noted the strict identification of the crescent ship with the horns of the bull of heaven. Inhabitants of the celestial kingdom sailed on these horns in the daily revolution of a crescent-like ship. We also noted the absolute identity of the bull's two horns as the twin peaks of the cosmic mountain. We have further suggested that Egyptian and other images of a pillar god either holding aloft the ship or standing upright in the ship must be understood in terms of the underlying equation of the ship itself with these outstretched arms. This equation can be fully elaborated. The pyramid texts say that the deceased king ascends to the sky to find his place in the cosmic ship, within the arms of Atum, they say. This identity of the ship and the enclosing arms of the sky is confirmed again and again in Egyptian sources. The king is raised up in the day bark within the arms of Anubis. Make ready your arms for me, O Ra. Come and ferry me over to yonder side. In the same way, the god Osiris sails on the two arms of Horus. Any doubt on this equation is removed by the description of the ship in the coffin text. Her starboard side is the right arm of Atum. Her larboard side is the left arm of Atum. But a huge confusion is taken over the language of day and night due to the subsequent radical change in celestial conditions. In the ancient planetary configuration, the Crescent, the mythic ship of heaven, was descending to the left at sunset and beginning to grow more bright amidst the darkening sky. The ship achieved its greatest splendor when the Crescent reached its position directly below, at midnight. The ship's brightness then began to diminish as it rose to the right, and it was at its weakest when directly overhead. In today's reckoning of time, that would be called noon. But when Egyptian texts describe the primeval sun growing bright, the translators can only think of one thing: our familiar sun rising in the east. That fundamental misconception sets in motion a series of irreconcilable contradictions in all of the standard translations. The Egyptian sources are far and away the most complete references on this question. In unequivocal terms, they describe the vehicle of the gods, the ship of heaven, in two phases of a daily cycle: a phase of brightening and a phase of dimming. These phases have nothing to do with the appearance of the sun itself. The sun was not even present within the visual theater of the gods. It was simply the external source of the illuminated circumpolar crescent and its daily phases of brightening and dimming. As commonly translated, the coffin texts express the hope of every king upon his death to find his place in the night bark and the day bark, like Ra every day. But the translators can offer no natural reference for the terms. All that is literally meant are the two contrasting phases of growing bright and growing dim, of growing strong and growing weak, strength and weakness, life and absence of life, waking and sleeping are the literal meanings of such terms. The boat in the phase of growing bright was named Atet, meaning literally strong or growing strong, and the boat of growing dim was named Sektet, meaning literally weak or growing weak. Once the literal meanings are clear, the mistranslations become transparent. May you sleep in the night bark, Sektet. May you wake in the day bark, Atet. A popular translation reads. The implied connections to sunrise and sunset are provably incorrect, and we can make this clear by simply observing the regional positions of the ship and the directions of the ship's motion in its daily cycle. Did the ship actually move upward in its phase of dimming and descend in its phase of brightening? As we intend to establish beyond any reasonable doubt, the position of the ship was below in the phase of brightness and above in the phase of weakness. That means a descending motion of the ship as it began to shine brilliantly in the sky, and an upward motion as it began to dim. The directions of movement and the associated conditions of brightness and dimming are all critical to the integrity of the symbolism. The coffin texts describe the gods sailing upstream in the so-called night, literally the phase of dimming, exactly the opposite of the solar interpretation, while another spell announces that the sun shines forth when going downstream from the region above to the region below. Again, the opposite of the solar interpretation, and the literal meanings are the key. May you sail upstream toward the upper region in the night bark, literally the ship of dimming, and downstream toward the lower region in the day bark, literally the phase of brightening or growing bright. Such texts as these are complemented by numerous others, all confirming that the ship of heaven is indeed an acid test of our reconstruction. We'll return to this explicit evidence in our next episode. In previous discourses, we've noted some of the remarkable ways the mythic ship of heaven contradicts all of the usual translations of Egyptian texts, the very texts that give us the most concrete information on this vehicle of the gods. Translators sought to accommodate the problem by mistranslating the literal meanings of Egyptian words. But the real problem has its source in the inescapable motion of the ship itself. The ship flatly refuses to cooperate with any solar interpretation. Why at the beginning of the ancient day was the ship described descending, while at the beginning of the ancient night it was rising? And why the consistent linkage of the descending ship with the left and the rising ship with the right? In fact, every detail of the cosmic ship becomes absurd the moment we attempt to relate the concrete language to the appearance of the sun in our sky. In following the literal evidence of a revolving crescent, we've noted the ship above in its phase of dimness and below in its phase of brightness. This consistent language holds vast implications for our understanding of the ancient sky. But it reverses every common assumption about the regions of the so-called day and night journeys of the ancient sun god. Historically, one misconception led inescapably to another. The regions above and below in the cosmic circuit invariably came to be translated as heaven and earth, a mistake that precluded any useful understanding of the ship of heaven. The two most frequently used Egyptian words for the regions above and below can be seen in the pairing of the concepts pet and ta. When standing in combination, pet always meant the upper region and ta always meant the region below. These are the accepted literal meanings of the combined words. In the pyramid text, we find the night bark of Ra sailing over Pet, the upper region. But what is the sun god doing above at night? Thou sailest on high in the evening barge means literally in the phase of dimming, above. It's not literally our night. The ship was depicted above in the literal phase of dimming, mistranslated as a night journey. The upper region, Pet, was also represented by the arching body of the goddess Nut, and we see the ship in its so-called night journey moving up and across the region of Pet, the region above. And it's a wonder that virtually no one has asked, why is the ship above in this phase of the daily cycle, when the solar mythologists have claimed for a century and a half that the god crosses below the land at night to the place of sunrise. In contrast, the so-called day ship occupied the lower region, contradicting all standard treatments of the subject. The best way to test an extraordinary idea is to force the reasoning to its extreme, where logical implications can be confronted in the most explicit terms. If an idea is fundamentally incorrect, the extreme cases will invariably reduce the idea to absurdity. In fact, the ship of heaven gives us some excellent examples of the logical tests. Just imagine the situation faced by ancient sky worshippers looking back to the age of the gods, but with inadequate conceptual tools to comprehend the symbolic language. The crescent above, when interpreted mythically as a ship, would surely have provoked some enigmatic Egyptian responses to the afterlife journey of the king in this cosmic ship. How would the celebrants of this journey regard a ship that was inverted, upside down, as it traversed the upper region? In fact, to the Egyptians, the journey above, the so-called night crossing, was fraught with peril. But why? There's an irony in the way the Egyptian priests sought to protect the king upon his death from things clearly remembered about this envisioned voyage with Ra across the upper region. Exactly as we would expect, the texts convey a fear of traveling upside down during this passage. So there's a spell for not traveling upside down in the realm of the dead, and one says simply, not to walk upside down. I will not be head downwards amongst those who are head downwards, reads another text. The king will not be hanged head downwards. The deceased declares, it is the night bark and the day bark. I am not upside down in the presence of Ra. The idea of a ship sailing upside down is well worth tracing to its origins, and the artistic traditions do not disappoint us, but they must be followed back in time to their archaic roots. In later times, when texts describe the ship's journey above in the literal phase of dimming, the words are mistranslated as a night journey, a blatant contradiction. For us, however, the problem is that the ship was shown upright, not inverted, as our reconstruction requires. But the more archaic tradition we are looking for comes from the papyrus of Amenhotep in the Cairo Museum. In the second scene depicted on the papyrus, the goddess Nut is shown in the usual arched or semicircular fashion as representative of the upper portion of the ship's circuit. And the ship of the sun itself is depicted in its night journey crossing the body of the goddess. But here, unlike the more familiar versions of later times, the ship is not upright, but inverted. And so we ask, is it possible that the graphic image speaks for an original tradition, later distorted out of a royal fear of traveling upside down? The answer comes from hieroglyphic evidence that preceded by many centuries the more familiar artistic portrayals of the night journey. In spell 211 of the coffin text, this voyage, literally the phase of dimming, is described in the instruction to the newly deceased king. He is to learn the path of the right, Amentet, the ascending path, then to ferry across the upper region when the divine land is turned upside down. The position of the ship at this moment is presented in the hieroglyphic text. Not just the land of the gods, but the ship itself is upside down. Perhaps the idea that the land of the gods could be turned upside down is no less mystifying than the inversion of the ship, but when we realize that the crescent ship is the brightly illuminated portion of the divine land, we see that the inversion of the crescent in its so-called night position, literally the phase of dimming, would be viewed as an inversion of both the land and the ship. In our reconstruction of this ancient imagery, we've suggested that the ship revolved above and around a visible axial column remembered as the World Mountain, known globally under many names and mythic interpretations. If this conclusion is correct, we should expect a direct confirmation of the ship's connection to the mountain of the gods. Call it an inescapable prediction of the reconstruction. The Egyptian sources speak eloquently in confirming this very connection. In the words of the deceased king, the texts say, "I assume my pure seat which is in the bow of the bark of Ra. It is the sailors who convey Ra round about the mountain of fire and light, and it is they who will convey me around the mountain of fire and light." Hail, only one! Behold, thou art in the sectet boat as it goeth round about the mountain of fire and light. In these quotes, I've used the literal reading of the Akut, the cosmic mountain, not the inaccurate and highly misleading translation of the mount as a mere horizon. That allows us to see the underlying symbolism in its integrity. As we've previously shown, the pillar and crescent mean the revolving arms of the pillar god, the horns of the bull of heaven, and the twin peaks of the world mountain, all predictably equated with the cosmic ship. So once more, we're brought back to our earlier admonition: do not believe in coincidences. The ability of a concrete reconstruction to predict explicit details when the details are simply absurd under common suppositions is not to be taken lightly. In fact, the contrasting phases of the ship of heaven in its daily journey will give us an ideal introduction to an even broader mythic theme: the cosmic twins, as figures of the revolving crescent in its archaic daily cycle. That will be the subject of our next discourse. In recent episodes of this series, we've reviewed the mythic ship of heaven, a vehicle of the ancient sun god. Close to the Earth, a crescent on the face of the immense planet Saturn turned in the polar sky, brightening and dimming in an archaic daily cycle. Ancient words and symbols for this cycle invariably reflect the symmetrical opposition of the crescent in its contrasting phases: a phase of growing bright and a phase of growing dim, crescent to the left and crescent to the right, crescent above or below, all in explicit connection to a daily cycle with no counterpart in any celestial behavior observed today. And this unique behavior, by its specificity, gives us an ideal opening to the ancient myth of the heavenly twins. It seems that every well-documented culture preserved memories of the primeval twins, but few researchers appear to have noticed the underlying unity of this theme. The closer we can get to the more archaic cultural expressions, the more clearly the improbable unity will stand out. Some of the particulars are long familiar. Astrologically, the cosmic twins find their most popular expression in the constellation of Gemini. Of course, the story itself is never explained, and the constellation is just one of numerous echoes of the global archetype in later times. But what inspired the original idea? In our reconstruction of the ancient sky, the answer comes from the fundamental role of the rotating crescent, reflected in the strategic placement and unique gestures of the cosmic twins around a central figure. And we see the same geometry in the two faces of the ancient god himself. Two contexts of the mirror images stand out. The first points back to the crescent above and below, and the second to the same crescent in its positions to the left and right in the daily cycle. By far the most data comes from the Egyptian symbolism expressing the mirror-like aspects of the crescent in the concept of the symbolic Ka, usually translated as a double. But why was the Ka hieroglyph simply a pair of arms? Our explanation is that the crescent form, when seen behind the polar column that is so fundamental to this reconstruction, readily provoked an imaginative interpretation as two arms or wings. In fact, the Egyptian Ka symbol was the perfect expression of the twin-like aspect of the crescent, one position in the daily cycle appearing as a mirror or twin of the opposite position. Upright arms in the phase of growing bright, inverted arms in the phase of dimming. The concept of a double in the sense of a mirror image could not be more appropriate. The symbolism is abundantly evident in iconography of the Phoenician goddess Tanit. In ancient Egypt, the concept also found expression in the oppositely placed twin goddesses Isis and Nephthys in mirror positions to the left and right of the central sun god Ra, or one of his mythic counterparts. This connection to the enclosing crescent will explain why the arms or hands of the twin goddesses so frequently displayed an enclosing aspect in relationship to the king. When paired as twins, divine figures represented the two halves of the celestial kingdom, marked out by a revolving crescent in its daily circuit. In the pyramid text, the king declares, "Isis is before me, Nephthys is behind me." Or the two mistresses of Buto accompany you to the right and left. Or alternatively, the king declares that the goddess Neith is behind me and Selket is before me. Again, nothing in natural experience today will account for the pervasive imagery. The twin aspects of the giant sphere of Saturn came to identify that sphere as the vast womb of creation itself. O you two who conceived Ra, you shall give birth to me. The two great ladies, Isis and Nephthys, bore you. My mother is Isis, my nurse is Nephthys. The king ascends upon the thighs of Isis, the king climbs upon the thighs of Nephthys. Elsewhere, in imitation of Ra, the deceased king aspires to shine between the two thighs of Nut. Keep in mind that these roles of goddess figures placed into the service of crescent symbolism must not be confused with the role of the planet Venus, the prototypical goddess, in our reconstruction, a quite different topic discussed earlier, with much more discussion to follow. Our point here is that the cosmic twins find a persuasive explanation in the twin-like aspects of the revolving crescent. For example, the crescent is the image of a cosmic ship. See that connection in the identification of the sun god's boat with the cosmic twins comes as no surprise at all. The twins Isis and Nephthys were named the two boats. Or alternately, the Egyptians invoked the two boats as Atet and Sektet. Atet, the descending boat of growing strong, was linked to the left side of the primeval sun, as we would expect, while the ascending Sektet boat, meaning growing weak, was linked to the right side. These twin aspects of the revolving crescent give us a key to the larger panorama of Egyptian symbolism. For the Egyptians, the position of the crescent above and below marked out two regions called the two Aterts. Chapter 141 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead identifies the upper Atert with inactivity or dimness, usually mistranslated as the region of the night ship, but literally meaning the ship in its phase of dimming or growing weak, at the top of its circuit. Conversely, the texts connect the so-called day ship, literally the ship of brightness, with the lower Atert, all in perfect harmony with the symbolism we've already noted in our previous discourses. Right and left, above and below, are the essential qualities of the cosmic twins. For example, in Egypt, we see the aspects above and below in the symbolic pairing of the figures Nut and Geb. The goddess signified the upper region, and the male half, the lower portion of the circuit, was defined by the male power Geb, denoting also the twin peaks of Akhet, the world mountain. Together, the two mythic images meant the unity of the celestial domain, considered as the prototypes of Egypt, the two lands, upper and lower, seen as a copy on earth of the divine plan first displayed in the sky. The idea was stated emphatically by Henry Frankfurt in his groundbreaking book, Kingship and the Gods. The so-called two lands of Egypt, he said, reflected the original order of creation itself. Indeed, every primary interpretation of the revolving crescent was predictably linked to the dualities of above and below, or left and right. It was not just as a pair of outstretched arms that we see the twin roles of the crescent, upright in the phase of growing bright and inverted in the phase of growing dim, and not just in the symbolism of the cosmic ship. We've seen the same symbolism of the archaic day and night in oppositely or symmetrically positioned horns, and most incongruously the upright and inverted twin peaks of heaven. In all instances, the upright and inverted forms express precisely the same connections to the phases of the daily cycle. The most fundamental fact about the cosmic twins is that they are not just twins, but they surround and enclose a venerated god or king or central star, confirmed by simply observing how the symmetrically placed arms or arms and wings so frequently enclose and protect the king. Amongst the most famous of primeval twins were the Greek Dioscuri, who, according to the leading expert A.B. Cook, represented two halves of a celestial circuit. Here we see the Dioscuri in a pose directing us to ancient symbolism of two enclosing arms about a central orb or star or divine figure. Since the cosmic twins are mirror images of each other, it's not surprising that the Greeks retained the connection by placing the central star and the two Dioscuri on a mirror. In mythic terms, the contrasting twin-like positions of the illuminated crescent were the two faces of the primeval power Janus, giving rise to the so-called Janiform countenance. Thus, Ioannis the Lydian describes the ancient celebrants honoring the god Janus on the first day of January, his month, dressed up in a two-faced mask, and people call him Saturnus, identifying him with Kronos, the Greek god of Saturn. Of course, the entire idea can only appear absurd, but from the vantage point of our reconstruction, it is the predictable, the inescapable astronomical connection. And by this reasoning from ancient facts, we acquire a starting point for a new and radical interpretation of the cosmic twins, a subject to which we'll return after laying further ground on the visual dynamics of the polar configuration. Any systematic investigation of ancient myths and symbols will lead inescapably to the mysteries of the world mountain, the cosmic mountain, the mountain of the gods, remembered by every culture on earth and memorialized through thousands of sacred mountains, pillars, and symbolic poles and posts, all appearing as symbols of an alien sky. Our early ancestors revered the towering column as the visual axle of the cosmos, reaching upward from Earth's horizon to the center of heaven, around which the starry dome visually turned. No ancient culture was free from the memory of the world mountain, the Golden Mountain, Silver Mountain, White Mountain, the Mountain of Fire and Light, called also the world's highest mountain. Here the gods themselves gathered upon the summit, giving the great column its name as the Mount of Congregation. Nations the world over identified this divine habitation with the first time, the best time, the ideal time, meaning, of course, the lost paradise, the mythic homeland of the gods before they departed for more distant realms. In fact, every ancient nation on earth assimilated its own history to that of the world mountain. The point was stated emphatically by Mircea Eliade. The world mountain always signified the point where creation had its beginning. And so the early cultures declared with one voice, we came from that place, the cosmic center, the place of the divine ancestors. And accordingly, all ancient rites of sacred construction, of kingship and royal marriage, of sacrifice and holy war, always direct our attention back to the same location, the place par excellence. In every culture, whatever the imaginative form, the mount connected heaven and earth as a pillar or ladder, or spiraling stairway from the world below to the divine habitation above, and it was much more than that, as we shall see. In ancient Egyptian myths, this was where the primeval sun god, the wandering Atum or Ra, found his stable resting place. The stationary spot in the sky was the apex of a mountain of fire and light, wind and water, the pillar and support of the sky. The Egyptians called it Akhet, the mountain of fire and light. Of the creator Atum, the coffin texts say, "The great god lives, fixed in the middle of the sky upon his support." Throughout all of ancient Egypt, the priests identified every holy site as the summit of the cosmic mountain or pillar. The priests of Karnak symbolically located their temple on the venerable hill of primeval beginning. The priests of the Edfu temple recalled the first occasion in the high hill at the beginning of coming into existence. In the language of the ancient cultures, such phrasing meant the first appearance of the cosmic city, or temple, or kingdom, the model for sacred construction on earth. This remarkable idea was already in place at the birth of Egyptian civilization. The oldest texts in Egypt, the Pyramid texts, speak of the primeval hill of the land in the midst of the sea, the cosmic waters, whose hand no earthlings have grasped. Through images and texts, the Egyptians personified the heaven-reaching pillar as the god Shu, remembered as both a cosmic column and the support of the divine habitation. And it was more. The Egyptians also described Shu as a luminous, etheric column of wind, water, and fire rising from below to vivify the dwelling of the gods. In ancient Mesopotamia, the priestly traditions described the god Enlil as the pillar of the sky, naming the god as the great mountain stretching between heaven and earth. Exactly in the fashion of the Egyptian Shu, Enlil signified a visible, etheric wind joining the two worlds. This is not something disputed, though of course a column of air or wind functioning as a pillar will always appear as a conceptual absurdity, but only until we meet the archetype in its own terms. The cosmic mountain, in its diverse mythic content, always suggests a progressively evolving dwelling of the gods resting upon the cosmic column. With the passing of the myth-making epoch, the absence of this original referent in the sky changed everything. It guaranteed a rapid loss of the original idea, leaving only the local symbols to reflect the first form, the prototype. So in searching for the lost paradise, we have only a mountain that is no longer there to guide us, all complicated by 1,000 local hills named after or pretending to be the cosmic original. It didn't take long before the world mountain was everywhere and nowhere. The theme needs to be followed back to its origins. Where was the revered Hindu Mount Meru, around which the stars revolved? Or the Persian Heraberet, identified as the tallest mountain and world axis. Or the Japanese world mountain Shumi or Sumeru, called the center around which the heavenly bodies revolved. Or the Chinese holy mountain Qianlun, the axis of the celestial revolutions. Or the Mexican Colhuacan, whose summit the priestly astronomers identified as the celestial pole. What assures us of an original global tradition is the consistent role of the cosmic mountain as both world axis and stable support of the sky. The cosmic center and the apex of the world mountain meant exactly the same thing, to which we must add the identification with the exemplary site of creation itself, the birthplace of the primeval paradise. Traced to its origins, all of the imagery is cosmic. The events occurred in the sky and were always filtered through myth-making imagination. They did not occur down here where we live. The greatest mistake we could make is to ask local geography to explain the original idea. No terrestrial hill gave Olympus its name Aegeus, meaning the axle, nor did the Hebrews name Zion as the site of creation by some accident of geography. Upon the summit of Zion, the Creator fashioned the city of heaven, the temple of heaven, or the kingdom of heaven. The original referent was the cosmic center and summit where creation began. The themes are global and they belong to the core of world myths and symbols. This memory held humanity in its grip for thousands of years, and nothing could add greater confusion than attempts to explain the symbolism of a sacred mountain by attributes of local geography. The archetype always precedes the local symbol. All that a regional hill could ever provide was a symbolic pointer back to the original cosmic mountain of the gods. In fact, the symbolic echoes were far too numerous to be blended into one story by later chroniclers. Long ago, the best students of comparative symbolism recognized the linkage of the Hebrew Mount Zion to a similar memory shared with their Canaanite neighbors of Mount Zaphon in the farthest reaches of the north. Of course, in modern times, the ideas can only appear ludicrous, but it's the cross-cultural integrity that substantiates a global experience beneath the chaos of local myths and symbols. The axial, supportive, and heaven-reaching role of the world mountain was its defining character, always attached to the land of the gods themselves. But always keep in mind that human imagination in the presence of this celestial column would see much more than just a mountain. The archetypal form naturally inspired multiple myths and interpretations. By symbolic extension, thousands of local prominences and man-made artifacts received their mythic content from the human memory of the cosmic mountain. In the shadow of a grand mythic tradition, monumental construction was always commemorative. That's the core meaning of the word monument, a word receiving its original significance from the collective nostalgia for things formerly seen in the sky but no longer present. By their devotion to sacred construction, humans on Earth strove to maintain a symbolic connection to the gods, always painfully aware that the original connection was broken by heaven-altering catastrophe. Nothing weighed more heavily and powerfully on human minds than the nostalgia for paradise, always mixed with a collective anxiety, the fear of doomsday, the great catastrophe which brought the paradisal epoch to its violent conclusion. Every collective memory of the cosmic mountain directs us back to the time before the sky fell, before the gods departed for remote realms, before, in the most reliable astronomical traditions, the great gods departed to become the now distant planets. This memory held humanity in its grip for thousands of years, and nothing could add greater confusion than attempts to explain the symbolism of sacred mountains and pillars by attributes of local geography. The archetype always precedes the local symbol. All that a regional hill could ever provide was a symbolic pointer back to the original cosmic mountain of the gods. In fact, the symbolic echoes were far too numerous to be blended into one story by later chroniclers. Of course, the disparities in local traditions would spawn regional competition and a growing confusion between the archetype and the local symbol reflecting it. Many scholars have already noted that Zion and Zaphon merged as pointers back to a single archetype, and that fact should always take precedence in comparative investigation. We know that the Greeks identified several local hills as Olympus, just as the Hindus named more than one mountain and innumerable man-made replicas after their cosmic mountain Meru. The Greek sacred mountain Ida in present-day Turkey had its counterpart in a Cretan mount of the same name. And that's just one illustration of a vast pattern of symbolic replication. But today, as is the case with all archetypal forms, Both the land of the gods and the towering column of fire and light upon which it stood are nowhere to be seen. That's the heart of the dilemma we intend to resolve by taking up the diverse but integrally connected features of the cosmic mountain, all ranging far beyond the mythic idea of a regional hill. For well over a century, the documented traditions of a world mountain have invited scholarly attempts to explain them. The mountain rose along the world axis to the visual center of the sky at the celestial pole. But do any of the proposed explanations actually work? That question can only be answered by penetrating to the core idea across a wide range of imaginative images. The celestial referent was not just seen as a mountain, but as much more than that. By following the theme back to its earliest expressions, we can reconstruct the concrete celestial form beneath the full range of mythic symbols. The complex ancient images of a cosmic mountain can only find meaning in a human experience that is not occurring today. Events in the skies above our early ancestors provoked an explosion of mythic content. In its first form, human witnesses saw the great mountain as a cosmic pillar, the visual support of the sky. Its summit was the seat of a power remembered as the universal sovereign. In the most archaic traditions, the great column served as the perch, pedestal, or resting place of the Creator God himself. The ruler on the mountaintop was the primeval sun, the central luminary of the sky, not the body we call sun today. Ancient chronicles of kingship name this luminary as the father of kings, the first in the mythic line of kings, the one from whom kingship itself descended. In ancient Mesopotamia, this was the Sumerian On, the Babylonian Anu. For the Egyptians, it was Atum Ra. For the Greeks, the god Kronos. As we've observed in earlier episodes of this series, ancient astronomical traditions identify this archaic, dominating power as the planet Saturn. Our present sky is not the key to the past. Always the cosmic mountain appears as the site of mythic creation, and the mount itself is part of that creation story. Early traditions describe the mountain as a cosmic pillar arising out of luminous ejecta that exploded from the primeval sun as the central act of creation, a great shout producing a cloud of chaotic debris. In the archaic creation accounts, this explosive outflow was the raw material, or primeval matter, from which the unique form of creation emerged. Human imagination interpreted this ejecta in many ways. It saw the clouds or waters of chaos, or an army of barbaric or frenzied warriors yet to be controlled. The same ejecta was seen as the Creator's luminous speech. Visible words shouted into existence and gathered into concrete form, the world mountain providing the Creator with a support that served as his own lower limbs. The Egyptian creation account describes the appearance of the world mountain from this ejecta as a defining moment. It meant the emergence of the far-famed primeval hill, the Akhut. Akhut. The name itself came directly from the ejecta called Aku, signifying the radiant words of power erupting as the primeval shout of creation. The texts recall the creator Atum or Ra alone, wandering to and fro in the heavens before finding a stationary resting place. I found no place where I could stand, the god recalls in the Egyptian creation account. I was alone. No other worked with me. For context, the words are critically important. This celestial resting place was in fact the Akut, the world mountain. Thus, the hieroglyph for the idea to stand conveys the sense of support and stability. That was before a perch had been formed for me to sit on, the god states. The perch, described by its hieroglyph, was the cosmic mountain or pillar, the very pillar that the Egyptians personified as the god Shu. It was a common Egyptian practice to place emblems of the Creator on the perch sign, as a testament to the critical role of Shu as the emerging pillar of the sky in the creation accounts. The equation of the god's pedestal, the pillar of Shu, and the mount of creation is unequivocal in the Egyptian language. The god Osiris, enthroned upon the primeval hill, was like an exalted one upon thy pedestal. And the god Anubis, the god who is on his mountain, was called also the god who is on his pedestal. But the symbolism of the cosmic column ranges across many mythic interpretations. It includes the hieroglyphic image of the god Sept, a close counterpart of Shu. It includes the twin-peaked mountain Akut that we've previously discussed. And it includes all Egyptian words relating to the etheric wind or fountain of the region below the Creator. This luminous column served as the resting place of Atum, as made clear by the coffin texts. The great god lives, fixed in the middle of the sky upon his support. This pervasive language of a cosmic pillar and resting place constitutes a profound challenge to all common assumptions about the origins of ancient thought. Egyptian creation accounts consistently refer to a time before the appearance of this resting place. But concrete translations are essential if we're to capture events seen and heard. The texts make clear that in his original condition, Atum was alone. I was alone. I had not spit in the form of Shu, the pillar of the sky. I had not poured out Tefnut, first form of the feminine power. No other worked with me. Then I laid the foundation with my own heart. I poured out the primeval Aku in the form of Shu. The literal reference is to explosive outflow, interpreted most emphatically as visible speech, called words of power, shouted by the primeval sun god. But the same outflow is interpreted as masculine seed, water, fire, and wind. This primeval matter, the Aku, is always identified as the raw material of creation in events seen and heard. Though our focus here will be on the emergence of the towering column, personified as the god Shu, the Egyptian priests insisted that the same explosive events gave birth to the first form of Shu's counterpart, the goddess Tefnut, appearing as the spiraling life breath of creation, a subject to which we'll devote considerable attention in due course. The Creator announces, "I could find no place to stand. Words of power came forth from my heart to lay a foundation." It was from this shout of visible words of power that the column of Shu emerged. "I am life, the Lord of years, living forever, the eldest one that Atum made in his words of power, the Aku, in giving birth to Shu." Or again, Shu announces, "I came into being in the limbs of the self-creator. He formed me through the activity of his heart, and he created me in his words of power, the Aku." Any attempt to interpret the fiery words of power as an abstraction can only distort the explicit awe and terror of the human experience. The Egyptian priests clearly knew that the pillar god Shu, who held aloft the resting Atum, was the perch or pedestal upon which the Creator eventually rested. So while one coffin text reads, "I am raised aloft on my perch above yonder places of the abyss," another speaks of the great perch, "I do not fall on account of Shu." This resting place was also called the foundation of Maat. A stylized glyph of Maat is in fact an image of the primeval hill. Often the glyph is simply read as the pedestal of the great god. In its root meaning, Maat denotes the stable, enduring foundation, the source of cosmic regularity. The creation texts say that the Creator rests upon Maat. Repeatedly, we see that the concept of support or foundation merges with the mountain or hill. The word Thes, for example, means support, to bear or lift up, but also mountain. The reason for this is that the only mountain with which the ritual celebrations were concerned was the cosmic mountain, the foundation of heaven. One finds no exceptions to this. May I endure in the sky like the cosmic mountain, like the primeval support, reads a hymn of the pyramid text. To this celestial peak, the Egyptians continually looked back in their myths and rites. On behalf of the deceased king, the priests poured a heap of sand on the floor inside the pyramid. Placing atop the sand a statue of the king and reciting a prayer which began, "Rise upon it, this land which came forth from Atum. Assume your form upon it." The sand poured out meant the primeval matter, and the hill so formed meant the primeval hill. And so, according to T. Rundle Clark, Osiris sits in judgment in a palace in the primeval mound, which is the center of the world. May I be established upon my resting place like the Lord of life, the king declares. One of the most familiar representations of the primeval hill is the obelisk. The small pyramidion on top of the obelisk denoted the Benben stone, the living soul of the creator Atum. Atum Kepri, thou art high as the hill, thou didst shine forth as Benben. Thus the obelisk came to be employed as an ideograph for the Egyptian word men. The word meant the mountain or pedestal, but it also meant stability and to rest in one place. Derived from the same root is the Egyptian word minah or minot, the celestial mooring post. The Egyptians conceived this stationary pillar as the stake around which the secondary powers of heaven revolved. Thus the meaning of minah urit, the great mooring post, connecting the masculine post to the complementary symbolism of the mother goddess, whom we shall identify as the spiraling life breath of creation. As we delve more deeply into the symbolism, we'll return to the special nuances of the cosmic column as world axis, the post, peg, stake, nail, or anchor of creation. The distinguished authority Henry Frankfurt understood the principle well. Everywhere the site of creation, the first land to emerge from chaos, was thought to have been charged with vital power, and each god counting as creator was made to have some connection with this hill. If the significance of this idea is to truly register on human consciousness, it must be seen as something more than an obscure regional experience or abstraction. It is a worldwide memory, preserved through competing imaginative interpretations, all pointing back to a singular experience. A mythic archetype is a broadly distributed pattern of ancient storytelling and magical reenactment. In the past century, cross-cultural studies have identified hundreds of archetypes, and our own study has added many themes to the list. Of all the named archetypes, one of the most recognizable is the towering god holding aloft the great sphere of heaven. Greek poets and philosophers named this heaven-bearing giant Atlas, but almost all of the early cultures seem to have remembered a similar mythic personality. And how curious that this archetypal quasi-divine power was said to have separated heaven and earth, dividing a world above from a world below. What natural phenomenon could have provoked this remarkable theme, the separation of above and below? Our claim in these discourses is that extraordinary natural events occurring just prior to the emergence of the great civilizations sparked an outpouring of creative activity and commemorative rites, all encoding a universal human experience. Hundreds of cross-cultural themes or archetypes traced to the beginnings of human history and to the early experience of what we've called the polar configuration. In earlier discourses, we introduced the role of the world mountain, a visible pillar rising along Earth's rotational axis. In response to this awe-inspiring presence, the early cultures consecrated sacred hills and holy mountains as special symbols of a formerly witnessed cosmic column. And they invested massive labors in monumental construction, all commemorating the celestial home and resting place of an ancestral god. In fact, the theme of the world mountain converges globally with another theme, the cosmic giant bearing aloft the sphere of heaven. By following this theme back to its first expressions, we uncover the original meaning of the phrase above and below, a radical meaning that is essential to the story of the world mountain or cosmic pillar. Egyptian texts and art depict the heaven-supporting god Shu as a pillar-like form with upraised arms. The priest declared that these arms created the separation of above and below. We explain this relationship by the role of the illuminated crescent. In visual terms, the crescent suggested two extensions of the pillar, and it divided the vast sphere of the primeval unity, Atum, into upper and lower regions. With this connection in mind, we can avoid the fatal mistake in common treatments of the Atlas theme, the assumption that Atlas bore the earth on his shoulders. That idea is directly contradicted by the Greek chroniclers themselves, who consistently recognized the celestial nature of the burden Atlas carried. And he, no other, holds the tall pillars that keep the sky and earth apart. Homer. Atlas, through hard constraint, upholds the wide heaven with unwearying head and arms. Hesiod. Does not even now great Atlas struggle to bear up the weight of heaven? Pindar. Many additional citations could be given to make this point. But in these discourses, we're not just calling for a correction of one popular interpretation. Those who followed earlier episodes will not be surprised by our identification of the upraised arms of the Egyptian Shu as a crescent form, appearing as extensions of a single pillar reaching upward along the polar axis of the Earth. As detailed in previous episodes, the twin arms of Shu trace to the role of a visible crescent upon the giant sphere of Saturn in the ancient sky close to Earth. The language takes its meaning from the early phase of the polar configuration as it emerged from the undifferentiated ambient glow of an earlier time. In this earlier phase, the dusty plasma medium through which the gathered planets moved diffused and softened our sun's natural illumination of these bodies. The arrival of this crescent was a widely celebrated event. It meant the beginning of a daily cycle, which the myth makers themselves designated as the coming of the first day and night. Our identification of the polar column with the activity of the planet Mars constitutes a prediction as to the prime player in the so-called separation of heaven and earth. Classical authors recognized in the Egyptian Shu their own archetypal warrior. The Greeks named the god either as Heracles, a name they gave to the planet Mars, or as the warrior Ares, their most common name for Mars. The Romans followed suit, naming their own far-famed warrior as Mars and identifying their semi-divine ancestor Hercules as that very planet. When viewed as a mythic image of the crescent and polar column, the explanation leaps out from the historical material. The crescent arms of the heaven-supporting divinity mean the upright crescent form of the configuration, visually extending the mythic function of the pillar itself, and most dramatically so in its symmetrical midnight position. That was the most celebrated moment in the ancient day. This archaic day began at sunset when the sky darkened and the planetary configuration continued to grow brighter, reaching its peak brightness at midnight. Thus it is that from earliest times in ancient Egypt we see the arms of Shu raising up the primeval sun god Atum from the darkness of the abyss. When Atum declares, "I do not fall on account of Shu," it is the pillar and twin arms of Shu that give concrete meaning to the language. The cosmic perch and resting place of the primeval sun god Atum, as noted in our previous episode, is the pillar of the sky, its function emphasized by the twin arms of Shu. The two extensions of the cosmic pillar and the two peaks of the world mountain mean precisely the same thing. As presented in Egyptian sources, the creation story focuses on the separation or holding apart of two regions typically mistranslated as heaven and earth. The Egyptian priests knew Atum as the primeval unity, meaning the one, the all. In the creation events, through the activity of Shu, this unity gave way to profound differentiation, into a duality. What was then seen from Earth as the extended, upright arms of Shu produced the visual appearance of a division, a formerly unified whole divided into regions above and below. Thus our explanation of the pillar god's two most vital functions, as the stable support of Atum and as the ancient power that created the so-called separation of heaven and earth. We identify both functions with the visual contribution of the planet Mars to the emergence and evolution of the polar configuration, specifically the world pillar or world mountain. Of course, distance from these events over time allowed the concepts to drift away from things originally seen. And yet many centuries later, we still see the god Shu standing upright as the pillar god, filling the space between the arching form of the goddess Nut above and the recumbent form of the male power Geb below. When presented in this way as opposites, the Egyptians named the domain marked out by the crescent above as Pet, equated with the goddess Nut in the emerging duality, and the region marked out by the crescent below as Ta, equated with the god Geb. But in the absence of anything presently observed in the sky, the translators render the upper region of the sphere as heaven and the lower region as earth, introducing contradictions that could only confuse these Egyptian concepts. For any reliable interpretation, the reference must be considered in their archetypal, original, and testable contexts. For us, the objective contexts mean concrete forms in the sky and concretely experienced natural events reconstructed from the deepest cross-cultural agreement. In fact, as we intend to show in the episodes to follow, every archetype relating to the so-called separation of heaven and earth will fall into place as predictable themes within the context of this reconstruction. As you follow these discourses, you can assess this testability for yourself as we continue surveying the entire panorama of ancient myths, symbols, and sacred practices. The most critical themes are, firstly, an original, undifferentiated condition or absence of form, and secondly, an emerging geometry of creation with specific regions above and below, and thirdly, a central role of the archetypal warrior hero as the cosmic pillar personified, filling the role of the demiurge, a primeval power executing a divine or intelligent plan. Thus, the role of the cosmic warrior was paramount. The separation of above and below was, in fact, the warrior god's first achievement, even before he had earned his title as warrior god. In our previous episode, we considered the Egyptian stories of creation. An original unity, named as the god Atum, gave way to a separation, a division into regions above and below. But lacking any concrete referent, most translators render the two regions vaguely as heaven and earth, or heaven resting on an ambiguous horizon, or twin-peaked mountain. Global variations on the ancient theme repeat this remarkable idea, and innumerable interpretations of the theme have been published in both popular and academic media. Under the common interpretation, the ancient language itself is left permanently obscure, whereas in the most ancient sources, highly concrete forms and a spectacular shift in the cosmic environment are consistently emphasized. In this series of discourses, we follow a different line of interpretation. We connect ancient myths and global symbols to extraordinary formations in the sky. The so-called creation has long been misunderstood. Creation was a remembered event when visible powers revered as gods appeared to construct a vast habitation in the heavens. In the language of the myths, an emergence occurred, a differentiation and clarification of form where no form previously existed. The language for the original condition typically emphasizes chaos, not in the usual meaning of that term today, but in the sense of dimness, fog or clouds, celestial waters, a pre-dawn glow, no implication of turbulence, no hint of conflict or wars of the gods, all of which came later. The first meaning of the word chaos was formless. In the Egyptian stories, the creator Atum was immersed in the boundless waters of the deep, originally inactive and lacking any distinctive form. Then, in the acts of creation, he acquired external limbs through the explosive ejection of visible outflow, called words of power. The texts say the god gave birth to himself through this acquisition of external form. More specifically, as we've noted in our reconstruction of these events, this form was provided by the god's lower limbs, his resting place, his perch, the cosmic pillar. The pillar is, in fact, a centerpiece of antique creation stories, and it connects us to the archetypal substructure, a foundational human experience from which all of the ancient cultures arose. It's here that we encounter the so-called separation of heaven and earth. The words are all too familiar, but nothing close to an explanation or even an accurate use of words has ever appeared in scholarly studies of this theme. We've offered a testable explanation in our historical reconstruction. Based on the earliest astronomical traditions, it begins with an ancient gathering of planets close to the Earth. We've called this planetary assembly the polar configuration, and our claim is that the early cultures recorded its distinctive forms with every tool available to them, long before a language of stable planetary motions was even possible. Given the specificity of our visual reconstruction, it can be readily tested against a vast cross-cultural consensus. The cosmic mountain or pillar consistently meant the resting place of a visible power remembered the world over as the Creator, the figure named also as a primeval sun and identified in the early astronomical traditions as the planet Saturn. But in the prior historic context, the monumental cultures knew these powers simply as the ruling gods. So as we've seen, the Egyptian priests could declare, "The great God lives, fixed in the middle of the sky upon his support." And this central power Atum could announce with perfect consistency, "I am raised aloft on my perch above yonder places of the abyss." In the original mythic context, the abyss meant the cosmic waters, the primeval ocean of Nu, the very waters penetrated by the cosmic pillar to give Atum both his resting place and his external form. In our reconstruction, it is the crescent arms of the pillar god, standing out in a critical phase of the polar configuration, that visually divided the great sphere of Saturn into upper and lower regions. By following that surprising conclusion, the ancient sources will never disappoint us. And so we find in this archaic symbolism the origins of the Atlas theme, a theme coming down to us in many variations. But here too, conventional treatments of the subject lack any content in actual experience. That's why the ground we've covered in earlier discourses is so essential. In the daily revolution of this crescent, we see the original form of the cosmic twins. Just as the twins to the left and right signified contrasting positions of the crescent in the daily cycle, so did the symbolism of above and below in the same cycle of an archaic day and night. Here we discovered the archetypal meaning of the Egyptian words Nater Ta, the divine land, God's land, designated as two lands, more accurately, the twin lands, since, as we should expect, this symbolism is inseparable from that of the cosmic twins we've also discussed. In this case, the emphasis is on the revolving crescent positions above and below in the daily cycle. In Egypt, the meaning of these opposing crescent positions was localized in the symbolism of Upper and Lower Egypt. The original inspiration lay not in terrestrial context, but in sacred cosmography, symbolically projected onto geography. The cosmic map of a holy land in the sky was the prototype, reflected in sacred temples, cities, and kingdoms on earth, always directing our attention back to the twin powers of heaven. The celestial model was by no means limited to Egypt. All mythic archetypes trace to a unified source, sometimes complex, but always leaving an imprint, a signature, a fundamental and lasting contribution to human thought and religious practices the world over. For the Sumerians and Babylonians, the agent of the cosmic separation was the giant Enlil. In a fashion eerily similar to that of the Egyptian Shu, Enlil divided a primeval unity into two regions, one above, one below. The word for that unity was Anki, a combination of the very words for above and below, on the above and ki the below. As in the story of the pillar god Shu, the Sumerian priests declared that it was the pillar god Enlil that separated On and Ki. This curious theme is well worth following. How did it happen that in so many creation accounts the world over, a fabulous pillar arises to separate an original unity into upper and lower divisions? Such memories coming down to us from every corner of the ancient world can only reinforce our conclusion that the mythic archetypes originated in an unfamiliar world, virtually no connection whatsoever to the celestial environment we experience today. In all of this, a key consideration must be driven home. The ancient star worshippers did not just see a giant sphere in the heavens above them. They did not just see a heaven-reaching column appearing to hold that sphere aloft. The polar configuration had essential definition, including the vertical column's universal link to a revolving crescent. Follow today's common assumptions, and the entire idea of such a concrete global theme is preposterous. And yet, as we explore the ancient context, letting words mean what they say, the implications become ever more clear. Numerous mythic traditions say that from primeval chaos, a pillar arose to separate a created world into upper and lower divisions. By following the ancient stories of this cosmic pillar, we are led invariably and perhaps surprisingly to another archetype called the beginning of time. In our previous episode, we noted the role of the Egyptian pillar god Shu, whose upraised arms separated the all-encompassing primeval unity Atum into regions above and below. Across the land of Egypt, the creation texts identify the event as the Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods inaugurated the beginning of time. We also observed this idea attached to the Sumerian and Babylonian god Enlil, called the Great Mountain, or Pillar of the Sky. Like the Egyptian Shu, Enlil divided a pre-existing unity into two regions, one above, one below. The word for that original unity was Anki, a combination of the very words for above and below, An and Ki, a remarkable counterpart to the story of the Egyptian Shu. And every New Year, the Babylonian calendrical rituals looked back to this event as the beginning of time. By comparing the ancient traditions, we discover a complex of connected themes. The mythic archetypes include undifferentiated watery chaos in the beginning, emergence of a cosmic pillar from these untamed celestial waters, identity of this pillar with the first activity of a cosmic warrior, role of this pillar god in separating primeval formlessness into visible regions above and below, role of a revolving crescent in the polar opposition of these two regions, a central star around which the crescent revolved, and the beginning of timekeeping in these very events. In our reconstruction, we relate this story directly to the emergence of the polar configuration, a pillar arising along the Earth axis and identified with the first activity of the planet Mars, a central star at the summit identified as the planet Venus, and an illuminated crescent on the planet Saturn, this crescent visually revolving around the central star as the Earth rotated on its axis. Once recognized, the consequent mythic archetypes are as impossible to deny as they are impossible to explain through natural phenomena occurring today. From this new perspective, the arrival of the revolving crescent and the polar opposition of that crescent in the daily cycle meant exactly the same thing as the primeval differentiation of day and night. The subject is the first timepiece in the sky, and as we expand our field of view, the details of these archetypes and their connections to each other become ever more clear. Chinese traditions declared that in the beginning, heaven and earth, meaning the regions above and below, were joined together like a chicken's egg, but later separated. More particularly, the Yukagir described the upper region of the egg as a prominent arc with the ends turned down, while depicting the lower region as a prominent arc with the ends turned up. That depiction offers a surprising agreement with the reconstruction we've presented here, with no plausible explanation in currently observed phenomena. In the Chinese silk manuscript, it was the ancestral Pangu who separated the original unity into above and below, using his own body as a pillar to force apart the two regions. Cross-cultural investigation confirms this unique archetype, the role of a cosmic pillar, something never seen in our own time, to a universally remembered event. For the Vietnamese, it was the ancestral giant Kong who separated above and below, placing a pillar between the two. Japanese creation accounts say that an original unified sphere called Enyo was divided into two parts, In and Yo. These twin powers were born from formlessness or chaos at the beginning of time, emerging as opposites around a central axial column. This column, named Ame no Tokotachi no Makoto, was the heavenly august pillar, or the heavenly eternally standing deity. Japanese creation mythology identifies the pillar god as the prop supporting heaven and separating heaven and earth. In later variations on the story, the two divisions were popularized and artistically stylized as the dualities yin and yang. In Hindu creation accounts, it was the prototypical warrior Indra who divided the original monad into regions above and below, the god himself standing as a pillar to hold the separation in place. In later times, Vedic astronomers had good reason to name the celestial pole as the pole of Indra, honoring Indra as the god who propped up heaven from earth at the beginning of time. The beginning of time. The language is remarkably consistent. Based on the archetypal context, we can say with utmost confidence that the words mean literally, before which no timekeeping was possible. We see the same memories across the South Pacific, where a great warrior, the Son of Heaven, is said to have divided an undifferentiated world into the primal pair. For example, the Maori of New Zealand recounted how the legendary warrior Tain, called the Prop of Heaven, separated an original unity into the first parents, Ranganui and Papatuanuku. The Maori remember this event as the emergence of light and dark. Darkness was made manifest, and so was the light, from a primeval haze or chaos at the beginning of time. And so the Hawaiian myths make clear that the original male and female powers named Ao and Po first appeared within the primeval waters at the beginning of time. This was when the creator god separated Ao and Po, bringing the first day and night and making possible the world as we know it. The global repetitions of the theme are nearly endless. Like the Egyptian warrior Shu and the Mesopotamian warrior Enlil, the Maya warrior Tepiu is said to have first separated above and below, typically mistranslated as the separation of heaven and earth. The Mosatine tribes of Bolivia recall a huge serpent taking the form of a pillar to hold apart two regions above and below, while the New Hebrides version says it was an eel that rose pillar-like from the primeval chaos to divide an original formless power into divisions above and below. But again, the translators render above and below as heaven and earth. Adding a somewhat comical texture is the North American warrior trickster Coyote, said to have been present at the creation, to have raised a great mountain, and even said to have helped in the separation of heaven and earth. This universal idea deserves much greater attention from students of the ancient languages and cultures. An entire complex of mythology traces to the activity of a revolving crescent above a cosmic pillar, taking us back to the earliest ideas of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. This collective memory could not be accidental. The revolving crescent was the decisive agent in the separation of above and below, since its revolution was the archaic cycle of day and night, as the polar configuration grew bright, then dimmed. Here was the universal beginning of timekeeping, well before the counting of months or years under the present arrangement of the sky. Such memories, coming down to us from every corner of the ancient world, can only reinforce our conclusion that the mythic archetypes originated in an unfamiliar world. As we explore the ancient context, letting words mean what they say, the implications become ever more clear. The global archetypes would not even be possible without the visible, towering forms anciently revered on every habitable continent. In these discourses, we propose that our Earth was formerly joined in a close congregation of planets, unlike anything observed today. Based on converging evidence globally, we can name the gathered bodies and identify an extraordinary correspondence between celestial events as seen from Earth and a massive outpouring of myths and symbols, all inseparably linked to the rapid rise of the ancient civilizations. In the final analysis, the only reason to accept or even to consider the reconstruction presented here is predictive ability. If the claimed events occurred, would we reasonably expect the unique narratives and sacred forms coming down to us as worldwide or archetypal content? Our overriding advantage in this respect is specificity. Since none of the concrete patterns revealed to us are predictable under today's common assumptions, not a single one. And yet, all are concretely and specifically predictable in the light of the reconstructed polar configuration. With this episode, we will begin enumerating the polar configuration's predictive ability in broader terms to lay the groundwork for the episodes to follow. The history of recorded human thought began with the myth-making epoch. Enigmatic symbols and magical practices told a story of creation, catastrophe, and regeneration of the world. Of course, the greatest mystery of all is the very existence of the mythic archetypes or common themes. We can count them by the hundreds. Why did every ancient culture declare that the sky changed, or that towering gods once ruled the world, then went away? Such mysteries invariably direct our attention to deeper and progressively more specific questions. Why did the world's first astronomers so consistently name the great gods as planets? What was the meaning of the so-called Great Conjunction or perfect conjunction of planets said to have marked the beginning of time? And not only that, the planet Saturn as a primeval sun. How did the planet Venus earn its worldwide identity as the mother goddess? Or the planet Mars, its global reputation as a great warrior? And what was the nature of the world-altering catastrophe said to have ended this celebrated epoch? Like hundreds of other mythic archetypes, such themes never make sense when referred to our present sky. Always they speak for things not seen in our own time. How did this disconnection occur? We can follow the archetypes across all of human history as associated art and mythic imagery, sacred narratives, and countless magical practices take us back to a lost age of gods and wonders. What was the human experience that provoked this ground floor human memory? Reconstructing the ancient experience requires systematic cross-cultural comparison. That is how we come to recognize different myths and symbols pointing back to the same events, all occurring in the earliest remembered time. Within this framework, it's only to be expected that an urgent collective memory would grow fragmented and confused across the centuries. Towering forms in the sky progressively lost their cosmic dimensions to become legendary ancestors of those telling the stories. Even the most powerful memories slowly gave way to localization, every tribal community on Earth declaring its possession of the original story. In this way, each regional culture could cling to a proclaimed lineage of divinely ordained kings, of world-conquering warriors, and radiant mother figures. Competitive claims of this sort lie at the heart of all localized mythic rhetoric. One effect amongst many was the incessant drive towards regional expansion through wars of conquest. Always the so-called Holy War was animated by a perceived divine mission descending from the gods themselves. This universal fact will become a key in our analysis of the warrior-hero theme. But there's more to this historic pattern. All of the broadly distributed archetypes bear identifiable relationships to remembered cosmic events. To appreciate the impact on humanity, the events themselves must be brought fully into the light of day. In our own time, historians and comparative students of religion can only explain world mythology as a carnival of pre-scientific ignorance. The specialists just assume that they understand what our early ancestors did not understand. But that explanation ignores hundreds of global patterns that would not even be possible in the absence of extraordinary natural events. The truth is that expertise will lead nowhere in the absence of understanding. The great myths arose in an age of planetary instability and cosmic violence, including close approaches of planets and earth-shaking electrical exchanges between planets. The conclusion in these discourses is that our world, our sky, has not always been the stable referent we experience today. The events that inspired a transformation of human consciousness were cosmic. These events are not occurring now. Hence, it is futile to look for answers in the appearance of the sky today. The present is not the key to the past. Allow for another vantage point and everything will make sense. But of course, a new vantage point requires that common assumptions be suspended to allow the tests of predictability. Of the hundreds of archetypes we've previously named, how many would be expected under today's assumptions? Not a single one. Would you expect the ancient stories of a former central luminary or primeval sun different from the body we call sun today? Would you expect the preposterous location of that body at the celestial pole, or expect the ludicrous identity of that very luminary with the remote planet Saturn? Our advantage is that every tenet in this reconstruction carries explicit, testable, and inescapable implications. Once named, the archetypes leap out at us. And as the archetypes are named, so are the implied relationships to other named archetypes. This fundamental unity, the ground floor of the human experience, is for us the acid test, drawing us into a critical examination of the causative events without which no archetypes could even exist. The goal is to identify the unified substructure of human memory. The process starts by naming the cross-cultural themes and allowing the implications to shine through. If indeed a common memory lurks within the historical record, the historical detective must first distinguish between the archetype and its localized expressions. Always keep in mind that the ancient tools of remembering invariably became agents of forgetfulness as well. That's because no local symbol, no mythic fragment, no magical reenactment could even begin to capture the full integrity of the original experience. No particular myth could possibly lead to any reliable conclusions as to things actually seen in the sky. The truth is that regional storytelling always fostered more forgetfulness than remembering. And yet, Through systematic cross-cultural comparison, something deeper will reveal itself, a dependable integrity hidden in the underlying points of agreement, where an astonishing archetypal accord begins to shine through. In fact, every logical conclusion to be discussed in these discourses will follow simply and directly from three indisputable facts. Firstly, no archetype follows logically from any natural events observed today. Secondly, all archetypes are provably connected to each other. No isolated archetypes exist. And thirdly, a unified explanation is available to us if we allow the archetypes to speak for natural events not occurring today. We have named the celestial provocation as the polar configuration. By giving attention to the impact of these gathered planets on human imagination, all of the recurrent themes become witnesses to a story told around the world, and that means hundreds of archetypes hiding in plain sight. The planet Venus, our closest planetary neighbor and the brightest star in the sky. Poets the world over have long considered Venus as a celestial symbol of charm and enchantment, the morning star transitioning to evening star, then back to morning star. But more ancient traditions about the planet run much deeper, with enigmas at every turn. Tales of wonder and terror attached to Venus seem entirely out of place in our tranquil heavens. Within the common theoretical frameworks today, there's just no room for the extraordinary sky-altering events once remembered around the world. That today's quiet planet could have formerly appeared as a great monster, a serpent or dragon attacking the Earth, may indeed seem too much to believe. And yet anomalies abound at every turn. Inexplicably, Venus is the only planet revered globally as a celestial symbol of the Mother Goddess, both a love goddess, a goddess of unrivaled radiance, and an angry goddess linked to earth-shaking and even world-ending catastrophe. This global contradiction must have an explanation, even if that explanation has been entirely missed in contemporary studies. Today, Venus moves on an orbit 67 million miles from the Sun, compared to Earth's distance from the Sun of 96 million miles. But many clues suggest a historic connection of Venus to the Earth, and these clues include the geometries of their motions today. Both the rotation of Venus and its revolution around the Sun exhibit a synchronous connection to Earth's motions. 5 Venus years equal 8 Earth years. While the usual planetary rotation is from west to east, Venus rotates in reverse, though remarkably slowly in contrast to the solar system norm. A Venus day or full rotation is longer than its year, the time it takes to complete a revolution around the Sun. But a Venus year almost exactly matches the timing of its closest approach to the Earth, and at its closest approach, Venus always shows virtually the same hemisphere to Earth. Synchronous or locked-in relationships of this sort, when they occur elsewhere in the solar system, are seen as evidence of a dynamic connection, either currently or in the past. Of course, astronomers have long believed that Venus evolved peacefully within its own enclave in the solar system for countless millions of years. Given its proximity to Earth, astronomers assumed the planet to be rather similar to our own, calling it Earth's sister planet, and speculating freely on the possibilities of life on Venus. But such speculations ended in the 1960s when probes of the planet stunned astronomers. The first continuous close-up look at Venus's surface came with the Magellan probe. When Magellan moved into orbit around the planet on August 10, 1990, its radar images revealed features as small as 100 meters across. Almost nothing in the earlier picture of Venus could withstand the impact of the discoveries that followed. The surface of Venus has been radically and catastrophically transformed by events yet to be comprehended. The probes revealed a superheated cauldron with surface temperatures averaging more than 460 degrees centigrade or 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And describing the new profile of Venus, astronomers summoned images of a doomsday world. Massive clouds of sulfuric acid and carbon dioxide 20,000 meters high create an atmospheric pressure at the surface some 90 times that of the Earth. What has occurred in the evolutionary history of Venus to create a world never imagined prior to the space age? In this discourse and others to follow, we'll explore the astonishing accord between space-age surprises and the ancient descriptions of Venus. The greatest surprise for science will lie in the global evidence that Venus formerly roamed the sky as a comet, in the language of ancient myths and symbols, the mother of all comets. And this is where we find one of the greatest challenges to today's theoretical assumptions about planetary history. Though Immanuel Velikovsky was not the first to notice the cometary images attached to Venus, it was his book Worlds in Collision, published in 1950, that brought the issue to public attention with much greater force than any evidential fragments that preceded his best-selling book. Velikovsky noted many tales of disaster and upheaval in which the agent of destruction not only possessed comet-like attributes, but was named as the planet Venus. And so the anomalous comet-like features of Venus in world mythology became key pieces of a historical argument. He noted, for example, that in Mexican records, Venus was the smoking star, the very phrase natives employed for a comet. He found in both the Americas and the Near East a recurring association of Venus with celestial hair and with a celestial beard, two of the most common hieroglyphs for the comet in the ancient world. Another popular glyph for the comet was the serpent or dragon, a form taken by the planet Venus in virtually every land. And the same planet among the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and other races was called the flame or torch of heaven, a widespread symbol of a comet amongst ancient peoples. According to Velikovsky, the history of the comet Venus inspired one of the most powerful themes of ancient myth and ritual, a collective memory of catastrophe, global upheaval, earth-shaking battles in the sky, decimation of nations on Earth, an extended period of darkness, and the end of one world age and the birth of another. Having devoted decades to following the global evidence, I can confirm beyond any reasonable doubt that chroniclers the world over did indeed describe Venus as a comet. Not the planet that we observe on a predictable path today, from Egypt and Mesopotamia to northern Europe and Africa, from the Mediterranean to the South Pacific, from China to the Americas. The sky worshippers remembered the comet Venus with awe and terror. For those who've been following these discourses, we'll connect the global story of the comet Venus to our reconstruction of the polar configuration. The universal fears of comets trace to the symbolic mother of all comets, without which the global accord could never have arisen in the first place. Why did the appearance of a comet signify the death of a great king? Why, more specifically, was it claimed to be the soul of a deceased king rising in the sky? Our goal will be to show that the myth of the Great Comet is the story of the radiant star that animated the polar configuration as the central eye, heart, and soul of the primeval sun. The subsequent fate of that star is indeed the story of the Great Comet. In all of the discourses in this series, one question has dominated. The question concerns the monumental civilizations that emerged so suddenly and unpredictably just a few thousand years ago. As scientists and historians delve into the early cultures from ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia to China and the Americas, the greatest challenge is almost never addressed. How do we explain the mythic archetypes, the global patterns? As we've noted repeatedly in this series, not one of the early civilizations was free from this remarkable substructure of human thought. A profound sense of connection to the earliest remembered time, called the first time. A time of celestial splendor when visible gods ruled the heavens. A lost paradise or golden age on earth. A towering temple or city or kingdom in the sky. A celestial Heliopolis, Sumer, or Jerusalem. A model in heaven to inspire construction of sacred dwellings on earth. A cosmic mountain rising along the world axis as if to support the luminous dwelling of the gods. A primeval sun god at the summit, not the body we call sun today, but a power claimed to have ruled the sky in a former age of gods and wonders. Why did Greek chroniclers so consistently identify the celestial founder of the Golden Age as Kronos, the Latin planet god Saturn? And for what unearthly reason would Greek astronomers have also named this very power as Helios, the sun? It is all preposterous. And yet the collective memories still tug at us, calling us to remember, pointing to patterns of historical fact that challenge every common opinion today about the past. The archetypes are the permanent backdrop to every civilization on Earth. We know that all of the early cultures obsessively feared a fiery serpent or dragon whose attack on the world brought humanity to the edge of extinction. And how strange that storytellers everywhere knew also the story of a cosmic warrior rising to subdue that very monster. These are not just loosely defined expressions of human anxiety. As we've seen, the details are concrete and the parallels are worldwide. The pervasive theme of the attacking serpent or dragon must have an explanation. Mere accidents of human thought could never have achieved the global influence of this human memory. No intellectual mistake could be greater than ignoring this convergence of human memories. The remembered events are not occurring in our own time. Today's world, today's sky, could not have provoked a single mythic or symbolic archetype, and that's the heart of a profound mystery. The archetypal substructure exists and has been documented across hundreds of global themes. This can only mean that something fundamental and indispensable to scientific understanding has been overlooked. To follow this question into the heart of the ancient world, it's well worth considering one archetype in particular, taking us back to the first stirrings of the great civilizations. I'm referring here to the ancient mother goddess, in particular the polar opposites expressed in the goddess's underlying identity. How did a mythic archetype, a goddess revered as the source of life and light and feminine charm, come to display a darker aspect as a world-threatening monster, the prototype of the wicked queen? A goddess originally celebrated as the exemplary star, the beautiful queen of heaven. What could account for the transformation of that very goddess into a shrieking witch or hag whose wildly disordered, streaming hair stretched across the sky? Cross-cultural comparison has answered the question. The paradoxical opposites take us back to one and the same power in the heavens. The love goddess and the terrible goddess turn out to be not just one and the same mythic figure, but one and the same planet, the planet Venus. In fact, the only planet amongst 5 visible planets to be given a feminine identity. Don't believe in accidents. That paradox has never been resolved and will not go away. It requires something yet to be recognized in standard treatments of the mother goddess. Just consider. The horrifying Medusa figure was a classic symbol of terror, but Greek historians and poets knew that Medusa was originally a form of stunning beauty. That's the paradox in a nutshell. and it traces to the very beginnings of civilization, where in ancient Mesopotamia we observe the transformation of the Sumerian love goddess Inanna into a shrieking dragon attacking the world. The same transformation occurs in ancient Egypt in the story titled The Destruction of Mankind. Here we see the beautiful goddess Sekhmet transformed into the fiery, world-threatening Uraeus serpent. How are we to explain this ancient paradox? Such unsolved mysteries invite us to question our assumptions. And one assumption in particular has held students of planetary history in its grip for well over 100 years. That assumption began as a guess, and it remains just a guess across the 20th century and into the 21st century. The theoretical assumption proclaims, as today, so before. The present is the key to the past. Call it the uniformity principle. Nothing to see here. It just assumes that the positions and relative motions of the planets have remained constant for millions of years, even billions of years, some would say. Today, this uniformity principle is the greatest obstacle to discovery. It systematically precludes any understanding of our more ancient past. Even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary, the uniformity principle deflects our attention away from the collective memories that drove the emergence of the early civilizations. No mistake could be more costly than to ignore the global consensus, the archetypal substructure beneath the surface details and contradictions of the archaic cultures. This substructure is a bedrock of cross-cultural agreement, and it requires us to consider events that are not occurring today. The uniformity principle cannot be valid in approaches to ancient history. Our purpose in this series is to show that every known mythic archetype finds its place in the emergence and catastrophic evolution of a gathering of planets close to the Earth. No selective perception required. We've called this ancient planetary assembly the polar configuration. This gathering of planets was the centerpiece of the anciently remembered age of gods and wonders. Within this framework, the global imagery of the Mother Goddess connects us directly to the origins, the dynamic activity, and the ultimate fate of the Venus Goddess. One planet alone meets the acid test, drawing our attention to the electrically discharging sphere seen visually in front of and close to the center of a much larger sphere named in the astronomical traditions as the planet Saturn. And within the very same context, the Venus Goddess stood in a profound alignment with the smaller, darker, and reddish sphere named globally as the planet Mars, the prototype of the warrior hero. That's the Mother Goddess paradox that we will explore in the 2 episodes to follow. Did cultures the world over describe the planet Venus as a comet? This was the radical conclusion of Immanuel Velikovsky, author of the best-selling book Worlds in Collision in 1950. For Velikovsky, the comet-like features of Venus in world mythology became key pieces of a historical argument, and the strength of the argument was derived from inexplicable images attached to Venus throughout the ancient world. To a remarkable extent, ancient words or phrases for a comet were the very words or phrases describing the planet Venus in archaic astronomical traditions. For example, Velikovsky had observed that in Mexico, Venus was the smoking star, the very phrase natives employed for a comet. He found in both the Americas and the Near East a recurrent association of Venus with streaming celestial hair and with a celestial beard, 2 of the most common hieroglyphs for the comet in the ancient world. Another popular glyph for the comet was the serpent or dragon, a form taken by the Venus goddess in virtually every land. The same planet among the Egyptians and Babylonians and other races was called the flame or torch of heaven, a widespread symbol of a comet amongst ancient peoples. According to Velikovsky, the history of the Great Comet inspired one of the most powerful themes of ancient myth and symbolism. In mythic terms, the end of one world age and the birth of another. Such facts as these make clear to us that the history of the Great Comet inspired one of the most powerful themes in the ancient world, a compelling reason to revisit Velikovsky's work today. Identical images for Venus and for a comet around the world could not be accidental. And there's more, because Venus's cometary aspect cannot be separated from the planet's identity as the archetypal mother goddess. That means both a love goddess, a goddess of unrivaled radiance, and an angry goddess linked to earth-shaking catastrophe. The story of the comet Venus is not an isolated theme. It is intimately connected to other themes and to other planets. First and foremost, the planet Saturn, anciently celebrated as the primeval sun. The story of the comet Venus is the story of the primeval sun's radiant heart or soul departing from the god in the midst of a celestial crisis. What followed was the earth-shaking war of the planetary gods. When we see the universal story of the comet in terms of our reconstructed gathering of planets, the polar configuration, every symbol of Venus will fall into place as a reflection of the archetypal Great Comet. The story recounts what happened to the central star in the polar configuration, as instabilities disrupted the planetary alignment, and the displacement of Venus from its original central position came to be seen as the death or catastrophic weakening of the primeval sun, the overarching power we've identified as Saturn in the astronomical traditions. This was when his luminous heart and soul appeared in the sky as a flaming serpent or dragon, or as the raging or lamenting mother goddess, which means precisely the same thing. The intensely memorable events that followed drove imagination in many competing directions. Those recounting the stories could not even speak of them without the required use of mythic symbols provoked by the experience itself. The shadow cast by these events and by their imaginative or mythic interpretations conditioned all collective practices at the dawn of civilization. In this sense, the emerging civilizations arose as a compendium of ritual repetition, symbolic repetition, holding these events front and center in the rites of kingship, the rites of marriages of kings, the imperatives of war and sacrifice, the explosion of monumental construction, and much, much more. It's only to be expected that the Great Comet archetype would extend to the perceived fates of kings and kingdoms, since the comet meant the death of the prototypical king, the primeval sun, the mythic father of kings. That was when darkness overtook the earth and the god's luminous heart or soul rose in the sky. Then the gods went to war, and one world age passed into another. So of course kings feared nothing more than the wispy first appearance of a comet. The reason for the superstition has never been adequately recognized or explained. The myths and symbols of comets trace directly to the story of the Great Comet, the prototype that gave the later symbols their range of meaning. Unpredictable comets wandering into view in later times could only produce more echoes of the archetypal theme, the mother of all comets. A fascinating demonstration of the substructure occurs in the symbolism attached to the death of Julius Caesar, where we see the soul of the emperor rising as a star. In his groundbreaking book on the Roman cult of Venus, the 20th century's leading authority on the subject, Robert Schilling, gathered references to Caesar's apotheosis. He observed a curious blend of two ideas. Caesar's heart-soul rose as a comet, but it also rose as the planet Venus. And he noticed that the two ideas were actually joined as one. The poet Ovid describes the soul as a flaming comet, but also carried aloft by Venus. In more than one instance, the soul itself is actually described as Venus. A curiosity indeed. It seems that the distinguished specialist was simply unaware of a larger connection, the global memory of Venus as a comet. A point ironically highlighted in the 16th century debate between Galileo and the priest Horatio Grassi. The priest had reminded Galileo that the ignorant masses could believe anything, even the popular idea that Venus was a comet. Of course, this is precisely why comparative study of the ancient comet Venus is so critical today. To engage this study properly, the subject must be opened up to the full range of symbols involved, even if on the surface the symbols appear disconnected. In numerous cases, different symbols pointing to the same experience are the key to discovery. To make this point clear, we will take up next an alternative mythic interpretation of Venus as the central radiant eye of the primeval sun. Amongst the most terrifying figures of Greek mythology were the monstrous Gorgons. The Gorgon idea emerged as an overarching symbol of terror wherever its influence reached. Most modern treatments of the subject imply that there were 3 Gorgons, but the historical evidence makes clear that only one was known more anciently, the Gorgo, one goddess with a threefold aspect. Today it's commonly recognized that the Gorgon triad was originally indistinguishable from another well-known triad called the Graeae, described as 3 goddesses sharing a single eye. That's a clue and surely no coincidence. In the popular telling of the Gorgon story, only one figure stands out, and that is the terrifying Medusa. Artists and poets depicted Medusa's disordered hair as a tangle of snakes. Well, that's a clue too, because the image of snaky locks is just too close to the wildly disheveled hair of the archetypal angry goddess. But what was meant by the goddess's threefold aspect? That root form is no accident either, no random turn in the evolution of mythic symbolism. It points directly back to the archetypal triangular form of the so-called triple goddess, discussed in previous discourses. Seen in its historical context, the image takes us back to the visual appearance of the planet Venus in the polar configuration, more specifically the emergence of the archaic goddess from the triangular seed of creation itself. To understand the theme, we need only envision Venus in its concrete, central relationship to the massive sphere of the primeval sun, meaning in the early astronomical traditions, the planet Saturn. In following the evolution of the goddess image over time, we find that lovely and terrible aspects of one mythic archetype were progressively transformed into 2 separately named personalities. By this evolutionary process occurring across many centuries, the triple goddess and her terrible aspect emerged as a quasi-independent symbol of fear and destruction. But when we trace the theme back to its origins, we meet Medusa's archaic connection to a far-famed personality, Athena, a connection now widely acknowledged in comparative studies. There is good reason why we see the head of Medusa in the center of the very aegis or shield with which Athena herself was so closely identified. Then suddenly Athena's critical role in the story makes perfect sense. When the poets declared that it was Athena who placed the Medusa head in the center of her own aegis, that helped to maintain a distinction of the goddess from her own terrible aspect. Let the friendly and unfriendly faces of the goddess stand in opposition to each other, as if they signified independent forces. Not surprisingly, we see the same Gorgon head in the center of the shield of Heracles, and in shield symbolism more generally. That is how the terrible goddess came to stand as the great protectress, placed in the service of the archetypal warrior hero. The same idea stands out in the placement of the Medusa head over the entrances to temples, underscoring the angry goddess's original function as protectress. As we've seen in earlier discourses, this was nothing else than the terrifying glory, or face of glory, celebrated as the great protectress amongst neighboring cultures, with precisely the same protective function. As should be expected, the tangled hair easily merged with other symbols of the planet Venus's cometary aspect. For instance, the improbably bearded form of the gray, of which Medusa was a mere variant. The incongruous beard was an explicit ancient symbol for the comet. Most obvious parallels were the bearded Greek goddess Aphrodite and her counterpart, the bearded Latin Venus, Venus barbata, conveying precisely the same meaning. Such images were part of the progressive separation of the goddess's ugly or terrifying aspect from her lovely aspect. As in all cases that we've previously explored, the explanation lies in the underlying identity of the mother goddess, tracing to a time before the personality split, as we've seen in all of the goddess's more archaic forms. One archetypal goddess, simultaneously displaying both the lovely and the terrible aspects in one story. And so the question, how significant is it that not a single word from specialists have ever been offered as a plausible explanation for the dilemma, either for the personality split in general or for the Medusa theme in particular? Not surprisingly, the legends declared that Medusa was originally a beautiful maiden, but Athena changed the Gorgo's lovely hair to frightful snakes. In words attributed to the warrior Perseus, the poet Ovid states, "Her beauty was far famed, and of all her charms her hair was loveliest." Of course, that's the distinguishing attribute of the mother goddess herself. In fact, the separate fragments confirm everything we would expect to find. It was said that the Gorgon was beheaded because she had been willing, quote, to be compared with Athena in beauty. Athena, slighted by her own alter ego, one might say. And so the text reads, Athena, for fitting punishment, transformed the Gorgo's lovely hair to loathsome snakes. And now the goddess, to strike her foes with dread, upon her breastplate wears the snakes she made. Well, that's quite a giveaway of the original story. To preserve the more noble and revered aspects of Athena, the chroniclers set the goddess in opposition to her own terrible aspect, as we shall see in the discourses to follow. This was a pervasive strategy in ancient storytelling, aimed at preserving the integrity of one's own culture while linking the darker side of celebrated mythic personalities to their enemies, often their own cultural neighbors. From this habit, we can learn a lot about both the celestial events and the psychologies at work within the early cultures. The lovely and terrible goddess impacted human history up to a remarkable scale. In these discourses, we're following the origin and evolution of an ancient gathering of planets close to the Earth. The formation stretched across the ancient sky, but is no longer present. The planetary assembly was witnessed around the world, and amongst its evolutionary phases we've listed a condition called the polar configuration. The defining feature of this phase was the alignment of the Earth's rotational axis to that of the gathered planets. Our review will require us to follow implications to their logical conclusions. We can call these the acid tests of the reconstruction, and these tests do not allow for contradictions at the foundational level. We've identified the gathered planets as the source of the mythic archetypes now documented within all of the well-developed early cultures. In their underlying integrity, these archetypes could not exist without the natural events that inspired them. The primary constituents of the polar configuration can be reliably named thanks to well-established astronomical traditions. The large sphere is the planet Saturn, the discharging star close to the center of Saturn as the planet Venus, and the smaller reddish sphere in front of Venus as the planet Mars. We've also briefly alluded to two subsequent phases. The phase of wandering, marked by instability, celestial conflict, and titanic wars of the gods. And then a further phase that we've titled the Ladder of Heaven, or alternately the backbone of the sky, which meant the Ladder of Heaven. It was the collapse of that final form that ended the myth-making epoch as the gods departed to become distant stars, more specifically the respective planets as we observe them today. Based on research begun decades ago, we've also suggested that another planet not seen in our illustrated phase here was Jupiter, hidden behind Saturn and only revealed when instability set in, bringing the collapse of the polar configuration. In the course of these presentations, we've emphasized certain principles of reasoning that are essential when working with evidence drawn from a massive ancient record. The protocol requires us to work with a variety of mythic interpretations, tracing back to the same underlying forms. Concrete events in the sky, lacking any counterpart in the sky we observe today, provoked a variety of mythic interpretations. And that is why common explanations of the global patterns, the archetypes, never worked. The unified archetypal substructure of human memory does not allow for contrivances. In our most recent discourse, we noted the connection of the famous Medusa story to the archetype of the angry goddess, which means the terrible aspect of the planet Venus in world mythology, even if in many lands the planetary connection was lost in the chaos and reorganization of the solar system that followed. The global pattern, the archetype, was not lost. And that archetype can be reconstructed through systematic comparative analysis. Our analysis linked the story directly to the visual departure of Venus from its original position. With this displacement, the planet was no longer seen as the central eye or radiant heart and soul of the universal sovereign, meaning Saturn, but as an Earth-threatening chaos monster. In this chaotic condition, the former symmetrical star-like discharge streamers of Venus acquired a wildly disordered appearance, as the unstable motions of the planet appeared to threaten the entire celestial order, including our Earth itself. How did it happen that the body we now observe as a tranquil planet moving on a predictable path could have inspired memories of terror throughout the ancient world? That question invariably leads us to the ancient language of the planet Venus as a comet. Hence the truth of the matter. A vast library of evidence flatly precludes common assumptions about the history of the solar system. Neither historians nor theoretical scientists can afford to ignore the implications. This is why the rules of cross-cultural investigation are essential. Separate fragments of evidence are effectively useless when disconnected from larger patterns. And as the larger patterns are brought to light, it is also essential that they be followed back to their first occurrences, where the records themselves are closest to the original human experience. The comparative approach is not just an option, it is mandatory. Wherever diverse cultures use different words, different symbols, and different sacred practices to describe or reenact the same extraordinary events, that means a critical principle too long overlooked is awaiting discovery. I've made the point often, but it deserves repetition. Of the 5 visible planets, ancient cultures the world over identified only Venus as the mother goddess. Reason itself will not permit us to ignore that converging shout to us from the ancient cultures. With this universal identity in front of us, we can begin exploring more fully the ancient imagery of the Mother Goddess, including and reaching far beyond her explicit cometary attributes in a phase of cosmic instability. The best place to begin will be the sacred texts of ancient Egypt, which have preserved the story in the most vivid and original details, enabling us to see a global connection to the ground floor of human experience from which all of the archetypes, hundreds of them, anciently arose. Throughout this video series, we've claimed that the origins of world mythology, ancient symbolism, and magical rites lie in human memories of extraordinary natural events. It was from the emerging commemorative practices that the ancient civilizations themselves arose. And so we've repeatedly emphasized that the reconstruction offered here is far too specific to allow us to make up stories or to make up explanations. The evidence will either be there in the unique detail that the reconstruction demands, or it will not be there. Our explanation lies in a congregation of planets gathered close to the Earth long before the rise of observational astronomy, and that means before any of these bodies were even named as planets. We've called this celestial formation the polar configuration, and we've identified many of its varying forms as electric discharge activity between these bodies. Extraordinary events in the sky provoked an explosion of human imagination, now discoverable as story content within every ancient culture. In the course of these presentations, it should also become clear that no archetype, no global theme, could ever be explained by natural events in our own time. Things occurring today provide no reference whatsoever. The impact of this human experience requires that we follow the instincts of a detective, noting things too consistently out of place. And we must never forget that the more unusual the detail, the more compelling is the improbable convergence of testimony. Our claim is that the link of the mythic archetypes to the evolution of the polar configuration requires that we uncover the concrete reference beneath the imaginative symbols. Amongst the cross-cultural points of agreement is the repeated identity of the Mother Goddess as the planet Venus. This identity is not just worth following. It is a window to a mind-altering human experience, a story that reverberated through history for thousands of years. The paradoxical identity of the Mother Goddess with life itself, her role as the great protectress, but also as a world destroyer, can only be explained at the level of concrete origins beneath that symbolism. The discharged streamers of Venus, an effusion of mythic power and glory, were the animating life of heaven, seen in mythic terms as the luminous heart and soul of the universal power we've identified as Saturn. But the connection runs in two directions, since the discharging sphere of Venus was also interpreted as the protective shield of the warrior god named as Mars, who occupied the impenetrable spot, as if protected from the sky-darkening clouds or celestial armies of chaos. When the heavens fell into disorder, the sky itself became a mythic battlefield. Swarms of debris, seen as rebelling hordes, appeared to overtake the world. It was in this context that the most active and spectacular form of the goddess emerged, affecting every ancient culture's ideas about the meaning of war, conquest, and magical defense. But was the goddess a divine weapon launched against rebelling powers? Or was she herself the provocation, the feared destroyer of cosmic order? Human imagination would stand in competition for millennia, but more fundamental than the interpretation was the underlying event, and our purpose here is to see the events through the lens of global patterns. Ironically, it is the competing interpretations that confirm both the patterns and the events that provoked them. Confirmation comes wherever, without the underlying event, the global patterns would not be conceivable, not even be possible. In the presence of the goddess's visible power, enemies were scattered. Dark clouds of chaos gave way to a blast of fire and light. The rebelling hordes of heaven fled from its onslaught. One of the most dramatic illustrations of this archetypal theme is the Egyptian legend called the destruction of mankind. The myth says that the primeval sun god Ra had grown aged and perhaps a bit weary of humanity. It recounts how in that remote time the children of Ra had rebelled against the god. In response to the rebellion, Ra sent out his powerful eye to take vengeance on a disrespectful world. The agent of the conflagration that followed was the goddess Sekhmet. Not just a goddess, Sekhmet was the far-famed Eye of Ra, the Utshit, the giver of life and the great protectress, the very heart and soul of the primeval sun himself. Enigmatically, Sekhmet also possessed both a leonine and a serpentine form, a remarkable parallel to the Sumerian Venus goddess Inanna, who displayed the same forms in her role as the terrifying radiance in the center of the god On, the overarching ruler of the sky. This is no coincidence. These mythic forms reveal no relationship whatsoever to today's sky, but they are not accidental, not random, and they direct our attention to the archetype of the Great Comet, the human experience from which the female comet archetype descended. The comet has the eye, heart, and soul of a great king. Comet is a star with disordered hair or leonine mane. Comet is a cosmic serpent. And the comet as a sign or an agent of world destruction. And so we find a remarkable juxtaposition of comet attributes in the titles of the Egyptian goddess Sekhmet, called the beautiful Eye of the primeval sun. She was the great flame, or flaming one, the destroyer by fire, the destroyer of rebellions, the ruler of serpents, and the ruler of lions. Strangely, all of the well-documented goddesses in Egypt were, like Sekhmet, called the Eye of Ra, suggesting an underlying identity entirely outside natural experience today. And no goddess figure in ancient Egypt tells this story of the sun god's eye more vividly than Sekhmet, whose very name derives from the root kim, signifying a blast of glory or majesty, the essential character of the eye goddess. Sekhmet entered the conflagration displaying a trail of fire. The texts say, "Behold me, men and gods, I have come into being as the Lady of Glorious Appearings. My flame is behind me. It is a flame which drives away on its account. The tip of its flame crosses the land from the sky. No one at all can approach her. The streams behind her are flames of fire. In fact, the Egyptian traditions constitute a remarkable parallel to Sumerian descriptions of a world in fear and trembling at the tempestuous radiance of Inanna, identified as Venus. In precisely the same way, Sekhmet appeared as a flame of fire in her tempest, instilling terror on earth and threatening to destroy the world. I am mistress of the flame, the goddess announces. The fear of me is in their hearts, and the awe of me is in their hearts. The flame makes his enemies fall. It is a flame moving before the wind of the sky to the end of the earth. Surely it is no coincidence that the great flame in heaven, taking the form of a fiery serpent, found its symbolic place on the crown of kings in Egypt, exactly as we've seen in ancient Mesopotamia. It was the headgear of the king that reflected the protective role of the explosive majesty most dramatically. In later times, when Egyptian armies confronted foreign nations, these peoples were seen as barbarians outside the gate. They were the terrestrial counterparts of the primeval chaos fiends. And so the king invariably called upon the shining majesty of Ra, remembering how the Eye Goddess in her rage had destroyed rebelling powers in the sky in former times. In considering this theme, the critical steps will require comparative analysis of an incontrovertible historical pattern. The ancient story of the goddess as the explosive glory of heaven was the story of the Great Comet. In this experience, we find the origins of the astronomical language and symbolism of comets around the world. There is no other explanation. And so, too, the attributes of the celestial glory are the defining attributes of the planet Venus as Mother Goddess. And as we continue our series, this truth can be verified in the astronomical lexicon of every well-documented culture in ancient times. In their essential details, the global story of the Great Comet is the story of the planet Venus. The ancient polar configuration, the most profound influence on early human history. A metamorphosing form in the sky, punctuated by instability, electrical outbursts, and episodic human terror. Our claim has been that the rise of the ancient civilizations themselves occurred in response to these events, under a compulsion to reenact celestial dramas that forever altered humanity's sense of identity. Here was the original source of the mythic archetypes and all of the mysterious symbols and magical rites passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. The subject of this investigation does not allow for selective perception. Rather, it draws upon the totality of human experience through the myth-making epoch, an explosion of storytelling, inexplicable images carved on stone, and monumental construction, all declaring that towering gods formerly ruled the sky, though only for a time before they departed. And so we've called this historical narrative the one story told around the world. The story assures us that within human memory the sky changed radically, and thereby every critical turn in the story becomes an invitation to hear the ancient witnesses, look past the regional novelties, observe the human experience and its connection to the natural events that provoked all of the underlying patterns, the archetypes. But how could we draw reliable conclusions from transparently unreliable witnesses? The question is clear enough, but finding the answer requires that we follow ancient testimony back to its global convergence on critical details, even when those details seem too preposterous to believe. This simple requirement, fundamental to all reliable detective work, assures us that the archetypes could not be accidental or random. In unison, the archetypes express the coherent substructure of an extraordinary ancient experience. Of course, no single archetype on its own, even if hiding in plain sight, could give you reasons to believe a story. The truth is that virtually all archetypes are too preposterous to believe. Chaos monsters attacking the world, dying gods, heroes consorting with legendary goddesses, and mountains, towers, and stairways to heaven. And yet, for an investigator of this mystery, it is the preposterous details coming down to us as a cross-cultural consensus that offer a new understanding, with no room for compromise on fundamental ground rules. As the archetypes are brought to light, just two questions must be asked. Would this archetype be expected under the influence of things in our sky today? And would this archetype be expected under the ancient experience of the polar configuration? By posing just two questions, it becomes clear that the underlying integrity of the archetypes could not be accidental. The archetypes can be counted by the hundreds, and each stands in a predictable relationship to a universal substructure or cross-cultural agreement. And that is our advantage, specificity, with no ambiguity as to the answers anciently given. There is a full explanation for all of the mythic archetypes, but that explanation lies in planetary formations once visible to humans the world over. Planets close to Earth, embedded in spectacular plasma formations between these gathered bodies and animated by electric discharge. I've called these the acid tests because they don't allow us to simply invent explanations. In prior episodes of this series, we've alluded to many story elements in our reconstruction. An ancient sun god, the exemplary ruler of the sky before the present sun, a primeval sun, central sun, motionless sun, polar sun, all named in the early astronomical traditions as a planet, Saturn, celebrated as the original creator and king of the world, the mythic founder of the kingship rights. Saturn in a preposterous location at the celestial pole. Saturn bringing to humankind the legendary Golden Age. And so too the ancient memory of Saturn displaced or overthrown in an episode of world-altering catastrophe or cast down to the opposite end of the world axis. Don't believe in coincidence. The underlying integrity of this story could not be accidental. Of course, the story of Saturn is just the opening chapter. It's the totality of the ancient planetary connections that will drive the message home. That includes the vast range of images attached to the planet Venus. What natural experience could have inspired the global archetype of Venus as Mother Goddess? Why the mysterious identity of the goddess as animating eye, heart, or soul of the primeval sun? And what was meant by the goddess's departure from that elevated position, or the so-called terrible aspect of the goddess that followed? Such questions are only the beginning. And what of the planet Mars, so often said to have been born from the womb of the goddess, then earning a reputation as the pillar of the sky, and still later emerging as the cosmic warrior, even the divine weapon of the gods, the cosmic thunderbolt? Again, ask yourself whether any standard approaches to human history or to the origins of ancient thought has ever produced a compelling explanation for a single archetype, just one archetype amongst the hundreds that have now been identified. Under today's theoretical assumptions, a global accord would be inconceivable. But our objective in this series is to demonstrate the direct relationship of every archetype to the emergence and evolution of the polar configuration. No ambiguities and no rationalizations required. Though first impressions may see only a collection of random absurdities, the widespread patterns are not random. And the proof of this lies in hundreds of archetypes all lining up coherently to present a unified story under the most stringent demands of three-dimensional perspective. At each stage in the metamorphosis of the configuration, the changes in the relative positions of the interacting bodies require highly specific changes in appearance. In such acid tests, it is the demands of logical consistency and three-dimensional perspective that must guide us at each stage. And with this guidance, we can be confident that rational ground rules for assessing human testimony can direct us to definitive conclusions. In previous episodes of this series, we've claimed that the first civilizations arose under the influence of extraordinary natural events. But these events, including phases of overwhelming catastrophe, remain largely unrecognized today. In supporting this extraordinary claim, we've offered global evidence suggesting an ancient gathering of planets close to Earth. We've called this planetary assembly the polar configuration due to its alignment with the rotational axis of the Earth. Documentation supporting a reconstruction of the configuration comes down to us from cultures the world over. We see the events reflected in the rise of kingship, the emergence of the first writing systems, of monumental construction, and the great national wars of expansion, all explicitly linked to intensely remembered events when planets appeared to battle in the sky as clouds of celestial debris shrouded the Earth, and great volumes of dust and rock fell upon our planet. We've called this human memory the one story told around the world. The universal tradition takes us back to an age of planetary gods and celestial wonders, the universal source of the world's archetypal myths and symbols. And so we've claimed that there could be no archetypes without the implied global experience. It's the common experience that gives the archetypes both their context and their concrete detail the world over. We now know that since the dawn of the great civilizations, memories of fear-inspiring catastrophe pervaded all of human activity. An outpouring of imagination and pervasive fear, doomsday anxiety, showed its face in every culture that followed. And above all else, this body of magical and ritual practices sought to deflect or to forestall the return of remembered catastrophe. Our historical argument is drawn upon evidence left by the great civilizations, starting with the appearance of formal writing systems. But there is also a layer of prehistoric evidence, and this archaeological layer can help us to visualize celestial events before the appearance of any written records. This prehistoric evidence directs our attention to the human response in the very midst of a deadly threat, in other words, contemporaneous with Earth-threatening catastrophe. Here we're not dealing just with a compulsion to reenact celestial dramas, but something more immediate and more urgent: refuge. Human beings either seeking shelter from anticipated catastrophe or desperate to find refuge from catastrophe already underway. Seen from this more radical perspective, today's common picture of a prehistoric world takes on nuances that archaeologists appear to have missed. Critical lines of evidence converge to suggest a human retreat into caves, or alternately to find refuge in crudely constructed stone enclosures, or earthen mounds, as defenses against rock and celestial debris falling from the sky. To appreciate the perspective offered here, we need only allow for the implied urgency, and that's a consideration virtually never included in standard treatments of prehistory. What was on the minds of those who entered caves, or raised giant stone dolmens or great mounds of earth, seemingly with no clear motive to account for them? How much of this activity might be explained in terms of perilous events once occurring in the sky but not occurring today? Such events could only mean that the present cannot be the key to the past, and a fundamental premise of modern science must be corrected. From this vantage point, certain features stand out. The urgency is endlessly reflected in the crude architecture of the dolmens that punctuate ancient landscapes across the British Isles and Northern Europe, all the way to Russia and Korea, and even with counterparts in North America. Such structures are readily distinguished from the more ambitious and more obviously skillful architecture that followed with the emergence of the great civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia. How significant, for example, are the repeated indications of interruption and incompletion? In numerous instances, as if a massive undertaking was begun but ended in tragedy and was never finished. That should not surprise us if these undertakings occurred in the presence of the very catastrophe that all ancient communities most feared. In many instances, a partial, seemingly irrational raised roof draws our attention, entirely out of proportion to its support. Indeed, the massive stone roofs are commonly the most imposing structure. Has any historian or archaeologist ever explained this human investment across a vast region? When you see the undertaking as a defense against falling rock, the mystery of human motivation instantly vanishes. Other considerations also enter this picture. The apparent role of celestial catastrophe will not permit us to ignore the implied context of extended deprivation and nostalgia, as we can see in the conditions portrayed on the walls of caves. In the catastrophic environment suggested here, what might the paintings of human hunting and abundant game be telling us? A familiar phrase from American Indian tradition comes to mind: the happy hunting ground. Not an illogical phrase if the actual condition was one of profound nostalgia, where the artist painting on walls of caves and rocky cliffs, nostalgically remembering something lost. Psychologists know well that in a state of deep deprivation, the mind will become increasingly obsessed with what is missing or what has been taken away. That point was made explicit in an army experiment years ago. When placed on a narrow diet of nothing but potatoes, those participating in the experiment began to dream nostalgically of the missing diet, perhaps a steak dinner, their favorite beer, or apple pie. In this case, we have two different themes: humans retreating to caves and their nostalgic remembrances, both pointing in precisely the same direction. Look again at the prehistoric paintings on the cave walls across Europe and beyond, the hunting scenes and the abundant game. Could we entertain the possibility that these scenes actually celebrate a community life no longer available but actively remembered? Why such pervasive nostalgia if nothing had been taken away by natural events? With that concrete question in front of us, additional questions arise. Is it possible to identify such an experience in the thematic links of the cave dwellers to the emerging civilizations that followed? Is there a connection to the explosion of monumental construction launched almost simultaneously in Egypt and Mesopotamia? Since Napoleon first stood in awe of the wonder of the Great Pyramid, scientific commentary was taken over by questions of technology and architecture. But have we missed something? In the conditions of the time, what was the role of human urgency or protection? In particular, the protection of kings and royal families. And how might our picture of the ancient world, the rise of kingship itself, or the explosion of military conquests be changed when seen in the light of an earth-threatening sky? Answering such questions will require us to see the ancient monuments in a new light. And the Great Pyramid becomes something more than an enchanting monument standing out on the ancient landscape, more than just a dark chamber for practicing magical rites or recording hieroglyphic prayers to the gods, or charting a sky map to guide the mythic ascent of deceased kings. Of course, such motives are well documented, but could there be more to the story? What was on the minds of those who invested vast resources in urgent construction? In the following episodes, we'll consider a new perspective, one in which all of the ancient motives converge as a testament to remembered catastrophe. In particular, a desperation for protection against unpredictable rains of rocky debris from the sky, to which we shall add a noteworthy emphasis on the planet repeatedly named as the source of falling stone, the planet Mars. Myths and symbols of a prehistoric mother goddess have long enchanted investigators of the early cultures. One reason for the fascination is the connection of the goddess to the earliest forms of artistic expression. In their creation of revered goddess figurines, what were these prehistoric artists depicting, and why? Examples are abundant, but where are the plausible explanations? From the vantage point developed in this video series, might we discern something concretely experienced, but unknown today? Amongst all of the prehistoric goddess images, the most attention has gone to the so-called Venus of Willendorf, categorized as Venus de Autophagia, the obese Venus. Along with thousands of counterparts, this unusual theme poses a profound question as to Earth's prehistoric environment. Beginning in the 1960s with the first stirrings of a so-called goddess movement, researchers began to selectively interpret the prehistoric theme, seeing it in the context of envisioned matriarchal cultures. But then, almost as quickly, that interpretation receded into the background. In the mid-1970s, we proposed that a close congregation of planets, Earth included, moved through a cloud of dust and gas, obscuring the background stars while highlighting the unique appearance of the gathered bodies as a living form. We suggested that this occurred long before any such body was named as a planet and prior to the quasi-stable polar configuration we've discussed at length in this series. What was seen in that prehistoric epoch was not static, but produced a complex of spiraling aspects, toruses, and other features, often including a tapering extension of gas and dust descending toward the horizon of observers on Earth. This earlier, more primitive goddess form presents a radical contrast to everything we've learned about the later evolution of the polar configuration. In this phase, we see little or nothing to suggest direct solar illumination of the planetary participants. In fact, no indication of any cosmic cycle whatsoever, and certainly nothing comparable to the revolving crescent in the polar configuration, few if any radial discharge phenomena either. In seeking to comprehend the prehistoric goddess, we begin with one inescapable assumption, that widespread patterns must have an explanation in human experience, even if that explanation has yet to be recognized. Of course, it would be futile to search for reference in the sky today. The sky has changed. But the ancient motives can be revealed by simply following the evidence for an unusual condition. For example, what does the unnaturally rotund goddess aspect signify? Why are arms and feet so frequently missing? Or why the often conical or tapering lower limbs? Or the occasionally tapering upper aspect? or why the unnaturally spherical, often featureless heads or other spherical aspects of the goddess. As to the uncertainty of theoretical interpretations, we offer a tip of the hat to Wikipedia. The original cultural meaning and purpose of these artifacts is not known, Wikipedia states. That is indeed the truth of the matter. Anthropologists and archaeologists cannot explain the motive or the cultural context for the prehistoric goddess images. But one recurrent pattern in particular gives us a window into the prehistoric condition. Certain unique features of the archaic goddess remind us of the toroidal forms we previously observed in the evolution of the polar configuration. In the prehistoric setting, this aspect shows up almost endlessly, often appearing as a pair of unnaturally spherical eyes, somewhat similar to the eye mask we've highlighted in earlier discussions. But we also see these unnatural eyes accompanied by other toroidal forms, seemingly with no natural place or function. In the prehistoric period, this toroidal aspect stands out most prominently in its connection to folded arms enclosing the breasts of the goddess, sometimes from above and sometimes from below. This variable form deserves a closer look. By all appearances, the observer standing on Earth experienced something close to an edge-on view into a toroidal configuration. But it seems that librations in that position highlighted an alternating appearance of the goddess's arms above or below the toroidal boundary. In both cases, it's the repeated connections of the goddess's arms to the toroidal enclosure that give us the enigmatic but most familiar pose of the goddess. Ambiguities in our first impressions will generally disappear under closer investigation. In the most common view of the goddess figurine, an observer may not immediately realize that the goddess's arms fold over her breasts, and yet that position becomes undeniable when seen from a side view of the goddess. More frequently, we see the arms of the goddess in the lower position. The conclusion standing out above all other details is the implied toroidal form of the goddess's arms, marking out and highlighting the enclosed space. Once discerned, that general pattern becomes predictable across a large number of prehistoric goddess forms, and in many cases it will be impossible to miss. Our proposed answer to the mystery of the prehistoric goddess requires nothing more than a medium of gas and dust and charged particles through which planets formerly moved. Planets immersed in this dusty plasma cloud, engaged in continuous electrical transactions, the one requirement to produce all the formations anciently observed, including the entire variety we've already documented in this series. But can the connection between the Paleolithic goddess and planets be named more precisely? Clearly, the modern scholars who first named the ancient goddess images as Venus figurines had no idea as to how appropriate that language might become as these artifacts began to draw more scholarly attention. And of course, the Paleolithic goddess images arose long before the polar configuration we've described, and that means long before the astronomical identification of the goddess with a particular planet, Venus. And yet this undisputed fact still leaves the question as to why, with the rise of planetary astronomy in ancient times, the newly trained observers of the sky consistently identified the mother goddess with just one planet, Venus, and no other. So we cannot afford to overlook the question of cause and effect. Throughout this series of discourses, we've suggested that none of the mythic archetypes, not a single one, could have arisen under the present sky. The sky changed. But now, just as clearly, we can see that the earliest prehistoric forms of a mother goddess also point back to an unfamiliar sky in Paleolithic times. This evidence deserves to be followed with the same attention to detail that we've applied to the later polar configuration. Is it possible to reconstruct an ancient experience before the emergence of the polar configuration? What changes in Earth's celestial environment must have occurred after the dominance of this archaic goddess form to inspire the great civilizations, or the consequent explosion of writing, storytelling, the emergence of kings and kingship rights, all with little or no precedent in the earlier epoch? On their own, the prehistoric goddess images do not sufficiently clarify the cultural context, and many details seem to appear out of nowhere. And yet the recurring similarities are suggestive of something much more profound than mere absurdity or outlandish caricature of female forms. These curiosities are an open invitation to systematic comparative investigation, as we shall further document in our next episode. This video will continue our exploration of the ancient Mother Goddess, whose first appearance we have traced back to prehistoric times. It seems that with the emergence of the more advanced civilizations, including the monumental cultures of Egypt and Mesopotamia, the primeval goddess faded into the background and often disappeared altogether. In the prehistoric epoch, there are no written histories to guide us, but there are abundant figurines suggesting a mysterious feminine form with certain unique features. In this earliest phase, we cannot say whether regional wars were commonplace or largely absent. Hunting weapons seem more obvious than preparations for battle. We see little or no evidence of the warrior kings that appeared so forcefully with the emergence of the great civilizations that followed. Unsettled issues include the origins and meaning of sacrifice and details concerning death and burial. Nevertheless, based on the totality of evidence explored in this series, a variety of conclusions can be drawn as to the prehistoric environment from which the first images of a mother goddess emerged. For context, our approach to the mother goddess draws upon a larger investigation into the wide-ranging cross-cultural archetypes of the antique world. These most fundamental structures of ancient thought, at the dawn of civilization, invite us to work backward in time to envision a world before historical chronicles and before systematic timekeeping. That means prior to the first appearance of what we've called the polar configuration, a grand assembly of planets gathered close to Earth and moving through a dusty plasma cloud. Our claim has been that it was this polar configuration, by its impact on human imagination, that catalyzed the emergence of symbols and sacred practices that defined early civilizations. And so, one puzzle drawing our attention is the dramatic break that appears to separate the prehistoric phase from the subsequent emergence of developed languages and commemorative practices. It seems that this gap largely excludes the evidential linkage or chain of events that one might have hoped to follow across the divide from prehistoric to historical evidence, and yet several tantalizing clues invite us to ask new questions. Across the prehistoric period, we observe two evolutionary phases in the emergence of a mother goddess image. Both are explicable, but only within the framework of a radical challenge to common thinking. The earliest evidence includes a first female form that historians and archaeologists still struggle to understand, a distinctly rotund goddess type called Stereotypia. As we should expect, there is a frequent and inexplicable suggestion of sphericity in the prominent features of the primitive goddess. And we are not surprised that the spherical head or face of the goddess often appears featureless, or that the lower limbs are frequently presented as a tapering column. exactly as we've seen in our review of the Martian contribution to the polar configuration. For us, this places an exclamation point to an inescapable conclusion throughout these investigations, that something unrelated to any human cause provoked the extraordinary depictions of the mythic gods. In the emergence of the prehistoric goddess idea, there was a second phase as well. That phase involved a distinctive torus or enclosure, displaying a visual opening and closing as the celestial bodies moved through space. This effect can be compared to the variable positions we previously observed in the symbolic arms wrapped around the margins of the enclosure and appearing in competing positions above and below the breasts of the goddess. In fact, the changing visual plane of the torus adds additional clarity to that ancient concept, and for us that means a new chapter in this investigation, a chapter we could not have written just a year ago. A critical breakthrough comes from an anciently depicted, clearly toroidal womb of goddess figures where no human attribute will explain the unique form presented. The ring displayed by this Olmec goddess is a useful starting point, and it is not unique. Even more striking is the Moshe counterpart many centuries earlier, in which the torus is sufficiently clear to identify that form as the archetype, whereby the associated female figure simply gives the context of the mythic interpretation. Ironically, it's another example from the opposite side of the world that offers the most striking counterpart to the South American goddess images. In this case, not only supporting a radically new interpretation of the goddess, but confirming the direct connection to the visual opening and closing of the envisioned torus. We refer here to the enigmatic images of the mythic figure named Sheela-na-gig. Her widely distributed images, appropriately called grotesques, are found across much of Europe, most prominently in Ireland, and enigmatically most often placed close to the entrances to churches. The general consensus is that they had a protective function, similar to that of the Medusa head placed above temple entrances in other parts of the world. But beyond that agreement, scholars are still looking for an explanation of the deeply entrenched idea. In the case of Sheela-na-gig, the connection to the visual opening and closing of a torus is simply too strong to be disputed, as we see most emphatically in these examples from Ireland, and most notably in the instance shown here, where the toroidal form stands out as nothing else than a torus seen from a position orthogonal to the plane of the torus itself, and thus in the fully open position visually. What then was the relationship of the opening and closing of the Sheela-na-gig torus to the eye mask form also displayed by this very figure? That's a form with which we are already familiar, and the answer comes from the ancient habit of juxtaposing alternative mythic interpretations of underlying archetypal forms. In this instance, the question has already been answered by our earlier analysis of the polar configuration, where the twin eyes of the eye mask image are explained by the unique forms of electric discharge in the plasma laboratory, as we learned from the leading plasma scientist Anthony Peratt over a dozen years ago. Seen from the edge-on vantage point, the observer looked directly into the twin aspects on opposite sides of the tubular torus itself. As viewers who followed our presentations will remember, in the famous stickman image so frequently seen carved on stone globally, twin dots on opposite sides of the figure resulted from a field of view directly into the tubular plasma discharge form. But now there is more to consider, since the visual opening and closing of the torus would affect both the symbolism of the twin eyes and the toroidal void so frequently and enigmatically enclosed by the twin arms of the ancient goddess. Both the twin eyes and the toroidal folded arms direct our attention back to distinctive aspects of the root forms. Eyes closed or eyes fully open with a direct view into the tubular torus that constituted the visual boundary of the enclosure, to which we add the tapering lower limbs of the goddess as the formation evolved. Our claim is that the full complex of symbolic patterns belongs to a unified substructure tracing back to prehistoric times. And lastly, it's not just in the ancient images and not just in laboratory experiments that we observe the twin aspects of the plasma torus. Today we see similar geometry in the toroidal form configured around the south pole of the planet Venus, though obviously diminished and degraded as planets moved around the sun in increasing isolation. The original dynamics of the primitive goddess archetype can still be discerned, and that's a synchronicity well worth investigating. One polar vortex producing twin vortices, just as our study of the eye mask revealed, and just as laboratory experiments have so conclusively demonstrated, and now just as we have observed in the prehistoric mother goddess. Such considerations as these can only add crucial support for an extraordinary human experience, confirming once again that the ancient world was indeed a very different place.